we haven't started. No hemos empezado. So, hello.
Hello, Danielira, for the second time.
Hello. Now we're live. Yeah, we're live.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Thank you. How's everything going?
It's going great.
Yeah, we should start telling people that we potentially have the book design already figured out. Like we
Yes.
have our PDF.
Yes.
We're
we
missing
have it.
we're missing just tiny little things that will be done in the next few days.
I have to say,
Yeah.
I thought 200 was going to be a ton of pages.
Yeah.
And now
It's nothing.
it feels, like we have to cut a lot of
We're going to cut a lot.
things
Yes.
we wanted. But I have to say that I feel it's a very cool book. Again, I'm a little bit biased, but
Well, we're a lot a bit biased.
I think we've done a very cool job.
I think we're going to do a very fair job in the sense that the images that I think we chose
Yeah.
represent a lot of the effort that was put behind all of the videos that make up our Painted Lives.
Yes.
And more so than trying to do a catalog that would showcase not even most, like probably 40% of the pictures that we've done. I think it's around 40. Because I was looking at the folder that we have, and it's like 500 and something images. And we're going to do about 192 or 3. So it's less than half. It's around 40%, I feel.
Yeah.
So knowing that it's going to be 40%, knowing that a lot of things that both you and I like a lot have to be edited out.
Yeah.
I think we did a really good job.
Me too.
I think we did again, like I said, like a fair job at showcasing the the breadth of the things that we've done. I'm positive that if 2 other people would have been editors, they would have picked 200 other images.
Yeah.
And the book would have been really cool too. But this is our book, and these are our images, and we did something that I think people are going to enjoy, people that can flip through the book, but because a lot of times we forget that books that have images, and this is like a complete, this is all images. This is all big images. I've always said this about books that we make. I've always said, these are the type of books that I think, I'm going to speak for myself, but that I, as a painter, love flipping through. Like, I want to see reproductions. I want to see details. I want to see like a ton of reproductions. I don't want to see real estate wasted on a page. I want to see a lot. So I think this is going to check a lot of those boxes, and hopefully, hopefully people like it. But I do think that it is going to be a book that is faithful to the I think to the things that OPL tries to abide by.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but also I think you were gonna go there, but then you went another way, because I think you were gonna.
Yeah, I forgot what I was saying mid-sentence, so please save me.
No, you were talking about how we went to, like, the path we took.
Yeah.
Was a path where the reading of the book.
Oh yes,
even though there's not reading in the book, there's images, but the traveling of that images makes sense.
Yes.
So I think it's very cool, because it's like you pass the page and it's not like another random image next to another random image.
Well, sometimes they have to be a little bit, but I think we did an amazing job.
I think we don't have that, because maybe someone's gonna see it and they can be like, I don't see the connection between these and these, but for us it has that connection, because we were working a lot towards that. like having a reading in the book.
Yes.
Even though it's not readable, but
Well,
you
visually.
could read exactly. You could read it visually.
Yes.
So.
Yes. I that's where I was going.
Yeah.
Just mid-sentence, I
Yeah,
forgot.
you just like went.
Oh, that happens a
to-
lot for
yeah.
me. Yeah.
Started
I
talking
start
about
talking and then
food.
I find myself floating in an island,
Yeah.
and I have no idea where I was going with that.
Yeah.
But yes, that was exactly what I was trying to get to. That I think flipping through the book is going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Like a visual experience. I think it's going to be super, super cool.
Yes.
We chose a matte finish, like a sort of like, I mean, it is a sort of satiny paper.
I would say satiny more
Yeah.
than matte.
But it's going to be, there, it won't have like a, what is it that we, like a varnish
Mm-hmm.
that we have used in the others. It's going to be inks and you let them dry. So it's actually super, super cool. You have to let them dry so they set in. And the reason that we chose ultimately that type of paper for that type of printing is because we need that tiny little bit of feel of paper. Like most of the paintings that we ended up painting were on paper, and a lot of them were on raw paper. So it's a nice way of, like, it's a nice nod to what we ended up working with,
Like to the
by
feeling of.
Yeah, so even though it's a book, even though, you won't get that, tactile feel that you get when if you've ever supported us by buying a painting, but I think it's the closest thing that we can get, and the closest compromise that we can get to a paper that can demonstrate how the painting feels.
Yeah.
Without, thinking, oh, let's use just like some of these raw papers that are great for more graphic sort of printing. But I think for our sort of work, it would just bleed a little bit, a little too much, and maybe in the bleeding, we would lose too much information. It could be
Yes.
like a really cool book, but I think conceptually it would be a little bit different. So I think we're in the right track. We have to give them the book 40 days before we plan to be in the US to start everything. So I think we're on schedule. We're good. We're happy. I think we're good. I think we are, I was very happy. I think it would take longer. But deep down inside, I thought, well, we have all the real estate. Like we have, the paintings, which is the most important part when you're trying to like configure like these harmonies of images throughout the book. So, but it was hard. We even had like
I was gonna say
discussions.
that. No,
Well,
I wouldn't say
discussions is not a bad
discussions.
word.
No, I think we were. Sometimes you wanted to leave one, and I wanted to use another one. So
Yeah.
we just like, you argue why you wanted that, and I argue why I wanted that one.
Yeah, we
And
negotiated.
Exactly.
So
So
I think it's very, very cool. I think it's we did a good job. I
Yes.
feel. I mean, I'm not saying it's because we did it. I have a tendency to be very honest, and if it was getting really tough, like if it was just a very tough job to try to put all of these things together, I would have said, okay, this is hard. I wouldn't have had problems just telling everyone, okay, this is hard, or we can't seem to be on the same page regarding what we should put on the book, or it's
Yeah.
just too many things.
I also liked a lot that I felt that we were very in tune
Yes,
with what we wanted.
yes,
Because sometimes we were like, what should we put after this? And we both had the same idea
yeah,
as we were like scrolling through the images.
yes. Again, some differences, but I think in the end, what we came up with, I think it's very much representative of how we both understand this project. So
So I wanted to
yes,
do you think it's cool, Nicolas,
yes.
if
I
we
don't even have to say it. Tell me.
if we can do like a zoom to the place you're drawing right now? Or do you want it to
No, no,
be
no.
like a
Let's keep it
stable?
like, yeah, let's keep it like this. If you
Okay.
want, in the end, we can zoom in
No,
into
no, no.
some
I just
parts.
wanted to do that to give you more room so you can like move and
Oh, my head is going to be in
draw.
frame a
No, no, no,
lot.
no. For
So,
you. I
no, I'm
mean, for
okay.
you to
No,
be
I'm good. I'm good.
able to.
I'm good. If
So,
it's distorted or anything, like we'll figure that out later. So we should say hi, maybe?
yes. And
Yes?
I think that it's also important because maybe the thumbnail. I mean, maybe you should talk about why you wanted to put the thumbnail.
Okay, before we say
Because
hi.
maybe
Yes.
someone gets into and it's like, well, I'm not seeing that image or the other image that was in
Well,
the thumbnail.
if I
So,
lost them already, if they left because they think, oh, that's a nice drawing, but I don't care about this drawing, then sure. But maybe if you wanted to hear,
also, for example, I'm sorry, Julian was saying, buenas para todos. ¿Qué pasa con ese título? ¿Hay algo de AI en esta pintura? So you could do it in English and maybe we could try to
yeah.
say it in Spanish too.
So last week we had this conversation, this intro to AI, and I thought it was very interesting. So if people are just logging into our channel, and maybe they have missed a couple of videos, or maybe they can't contextualize the conversation we're about to have, we invite you to stick along this conversation, but then kind of check out last video we put up, which I think will give you like a better idea of the tone of the conversation that we were having, and why we're doing this this bit again, which we're going to do what we traditionally do, which is like the construction of a painting. But while we're doing the construction of a painting, we're going to talk a lot about the experience I had, I think, since Thursday and over the weekend with Midjourney. So even if perhaps you clicked on the video because you wanted to see something about Midjourney, or something about prompts, or something about images, I honestly think that if you log on to, like, if you go to the Midjourney page and just check everything that's like displayed in their front page, then you're fine. You're gonna get you're gonna get what you're looking for when you want to see those images. So what we're gonna do today, and perhaps like if you're not super interested in a more traditional process, you can just put this on while you work on something else, and you could just listen and then check in from time to time to see how we're doing with our drawing. But I think it's going to be really interesting in the sense that I think these couple of days, because I think this is that impactful, at least it was for me, this introduction to Midjourney. I hadn't tried Dolly, or I hadn't tried other AI. So for me, this is my first experience, and I think it's a very, I would say, niche. We were talking with Callum today. I think it's a very niche experience that's almost like built for illustrators. I think and even in an even smaller niche, it's for like concept art illustration. So I've like I said, I've been obsessing over it for the past couple of days. I've seen highs, and I've seen also not lows or cracks, but I've seen the sort of floor of it. Callum, when we were talking this morning, he was speaking about like I think he was totally right, that we're at the ground level of this. We're at the floor level, where most of the things that you're going to see are just like the barest example of what these sort of bots and algorithms can do. But it's probably going to take a long time until we see very bright, very intelligent people put this to great use. And what it means, the notion of how to use this tool, not properly, but to squeeze everything that's good about it, and then to push images wherever. I don't know. I don't want to say forward, because I don't really like to understand it as forward. I just think pushing. I just always think of pushing as something that pushes in every single direction. I think it's going to take a little bit of time. So I'll start by saying, that's going to be the gist of what we're going to do. We're going to try to contextualize not just Midjourney in what was my experience with it, but also Danny, if you want even. Oh, okay, because you zoomed into the
No, I
painting.
didn't.
Oh, okay. So
No, I didn't zoom. No,
we
we
have a
have here.
palette.
Yeah.
So if you want, we could use this space, and you could probably, if you want, like from time to time, just rotate some of the images that I did. You can pick whatever you want.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
So it's
some of
gonna
them.
take me a bit
Oh,
because I
don't
have to put
worry.
like a ton of
Yeah, I
images
know, I
though.
know. Or you could do it one. You don't have to compress them or anything. They're
Where are
fine.
they?
In desktop AI, it's a folder.
Like whatever I want from there?
Yeah, I think some of them are not mine, but we can, even if you post some that are not mine, I think it actually, speaks about the ownership of these images. So, well, let's start there, which is actually pretty interesting, and I'll keep drawing while I'm having this conversation, if you guys don't mind. So ownership. I read the agreement.
So,
Yes.
before you start, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I wanted to let people know that
Yeah.
if they want to ask anything about this,
Yes.
it would be very interesting to have your input
Yeah.
or your questions here so I can read them to Nicolas because I think it's also very interesting. I was trying to see, like, I was thinking this morning, maybe I should read a little bit about it or try to know about it because I've never used it.
Yeah,
And
you
I
should.
have like a minimum idea of it. But I think it's also very interesting to have like this bare point of view in this conversation
Yeah.
so I can ask like genuine questions that pop up
Yes.
in my
Yes.
head.
And for sure, I'm going to be able to answer some, and for sure, I'm going to not be able to answer a ton of them. So, but maybe people in chat can help us out.
So,
So I'll start with something that people were talking about. I think somebody mentioned last week that the images are not yours, and that's not quite true. So even though there's a EULA that specifies that it's not that they have sole ownership of your images. It's the same as like Instagram, honestly, is that they can use your images for anything that they want. So you're not renouncing your rights. You can't actually do that. Whenever you do something, and the idea of doing, the verb doing, when you prompt something and then this AI, this algorithm spits out like 4 images, and then you pick another one, and then you pick one of those, and you can make variations of one of those, almost like infinitely. It's really cool how you redefine how one can redefine the notion of doing. Like, what is my role in this? Even though it seems minor, even though it seems minute, maybe it is an important role, and maybe the fact that you are part of this equation, that means that if it wasn't for you, even though all you're doing is just a prompt, and you scribble a few words and comma, a few words, descriptions, whatever, maybe that's just enough. That's enough for that image to exist and exist because of you. So for people that were wondering, oh, but whose is this image? No, it's very much yours, and they actually acknowledge it. That like you'll have your regular rights, your regular like ownership rights that are like universal. You'll have more specific rights if you pay, if you are a member and you are paying for the service. But they never, ever, ever, they never tell you that you have lost your rights. Because I read these things, and I think it's kind of impossible for them to tell you that these are not yours. No, what they can say is what they state, which is, hey, we can use these in anything we want. We could use it for promotion. We could, pick among all of these and sell prints and sell anything we want. Like, it is their right to do so. And what is to say, hey, that's my image, you can't do that. No. They're actually saying, well, yes, but you're doing it through, our portal, whatever you want to call it. So we as the place that you're working at, we have the rights of those images. I don't think it's any different than when you do stuff for any animation studio or any video game studio, where you did something, but it's ultimately theirs. So it's one of those things where you can post your work. It's always going to be your work, but there's also, I mean, there's no like other copyrights involved. You're not creating characters that have more complicated copyrights, but it's super interesting that the notion of doing is kind of re-signified in and you as an artist can be like, hey, I'm only like a couple of words away, from creating this thing that is visual and that is mine. So yes, you'll never forgo those rights, and they're not telling you that you don't have ownership of those images. So, and it gets more complicated if you're using them for a company that they say makes over $1 million, where they tell you if you're doing that, your company should buy the yearly plan, which makes them pay like $600 a year, something like that. So, I mean, they have their little, fine print things that you have to get through, but it's not complicated. And in terms of images, no, you can very much so, if you're paying for that thing, you can comfortably just, download a higher resolution. You can upscale it twice, download that, and offer it through your website, and that's totally, totally fine. So that in terms of ownership. Now, the bigger idea of ownership, and I'm sorry if I'm not drawing, but it's just that it's like an exciting thing, or it's a conversation that gets me super excited. So it seems like my only neuron that works when I'm drawing has to take a break. But the other thing that I find fascinating is how, because there is this notion of like collective, like I think Callum described as hive mind, where you're accessing everything. You have, well, everything as understood as all the information that the internet has gathered. But you're getting access to all these things, at least to all the things that also are fed into the AI. But I think that they can represent like a sense of collectiveness. Um, it's really weird if you say, I'm going to do Batman, and it spits out this very abstract notion of a character that is not quite Batman. And I wonder if, you could say, hey, or if DC could say, if Warner could say, hey, that's Batman, that's ours. And it's like, well, yes, but not really. I mean, this has gone through like so many blenders to get through this space, to get through this like state, that I wonder how much of it remains and how much of it is lost. Because what I've noticed that remains is this very abstract notion of what things are. So if you say Batman, it'll always do these pointy little things and these eyes. Like, that's like check. And it knows that this is dark, and it maybe gives you like a cape like. So it knows how to do the cowl, and it knows that there's yellow here, and it knows that there's black here. So it knows, where to put the yellow, kind of, where to put the black, kind of. It'll never give you a bat signal like symbol, but it'll know where kind of to put those things. So you're always gonna kind of get that, which is pretty amazing. I mean, if that's what the AI is learning, because I think this is at, the moment that we're in is like at its infancy. So we're seeing like nothing. This thing can even learn from the more jobs it does. It's learning more from what people are asking. So, and that'll get me to like the second point, what people are asking. I think that there is a very, very evident disconnect that can occur with language. So it's still very hard to try to explain to this AI what you want. Sometimes you think you're being very specific, and the AI just takes, like a completely different route, and it spits out something that you weren't even, you didn't even you weren't even like in the ballpark of what it's spitting out. So it clearly has limitations, clearly has limitations. And I've been like joyously trying to navigate those limits and to see kind of where it works. And I've noticed like the examples of where it works best are some that have to do with either like a faux 3D, where it looks like a 3D rendering, but not really. It's just doing very intelligent things in terms of depth of field. It understands that it can start off focus and then really, nicely focus. And by focus, I mean like not quite literally, but it can focus the image, or it can give it like sharp edges. Let's say that, but that's better. Where you're getting a lot of like nice range of values, form turning, and then it lets the background go with like a lot of bokeh and also like a very narrow depth of field. So imagine if you're shooting something at f2.8, let's say, or f2. So that's what you're getting when it's trying to, when you tell it to be hyper realistic, or when you're telling it to be 4K or 8K. It does a lot of that. It does like these tricks that it understands. It's how to, portray this realistic, this naturalistic version of three dimensionality, which is quite photographic if you think about it. When we paint, or when we do anything with a smaller depth of field, we have like a closer sense of what our eyesight, of how our eyesight, for example, works, how our eye works when it's being super selective and shifting focus, and how obviously how lenses work. So I've noticed that it can do that. It can be super clean at trying to portray 3D stuff, like, give an idea, an illusion of 3D modeling. And it can also do concept work, like establishing shots in concept art, where you can get a character and you can get a background. And it's very intelligent there too. I mean, it identifies what is character. It identifies like clothing design of the characters. And it also identifies setting in a very weird way. Like, it can speak about depth in setting. It knows what things can be in the first plane. It knows what things can be in the plane of the character, if it's like in the middle plane. And it knows how to travel, inward or backwards to the horizon line. And it can give you like a really nice sky. So it's very, very intelligent in that sense, like at identifying like setting and character, and sort of prioritizing one over the other, like doing a hierarchy. It's really amazing. I think that, Callum was saying that Callum kind of understands how it works, but he wouldn't be able to replicate it. That's what he was telling me. Like, he can totally understand what's going on, and he put an example of like, no, I understand how Rembrandt paints, but I can't paint like Rembrandt. So it's kind of like one of those things that you can kind of get a sense of what they're doing. But I think that they were fantastic at creating a tool, a very simple tool, it seems, that can give you spit out images that are very competent. I wouldn't say they're images, and we can talk about like now what it means to get one of these images. I think they're super cool.
Oh, I'm showing them. I was gonna tell you that.
Oh, awesome.
If it's okay, because I'm just like,
so
they're just like going and going. All the ones you
you're
had
awesome.
in the.
Thank you. So some of these are not even mine, and that's fine, because it is kind of like an open source thing. When you go to Midjourney, you can actually access anyone's portfolio, anyone, and you can see where they got their images from. And if you're working alongside people, you could actually, when they get their tiles, their 4 tiles of the image that they're looking at, you could actually pick from, one of the possibilities that they didn't pick, and then, make it, I guess, your own. I don't even know. Like, I don't even know where one person could say, hey, that was mine. And you could say, actually, no, it's a variation of yours, because I picked yours, but I did a small variation. And that kind of makes it mine. And I hope at least that the people that are working there, the artists that are working there, or non-artists also. My brother was super psyched about trying things out there. And, he's very artistic, but he's not an artist. So he's a scientist. So I'm super excited to see what people in the art community and people that are not in the art community can do with this. And it doesn't mean, I really don't think that this is one of the tools that will be restrictive, in the sense that if you're not an artist, you're only going to do stupid images. And I don't think so. I think people that are good with language and people that maybe know a little bit about art or can contextualize art. So if you want to say in the style of XYZ and you understand how to mix maybe influences, I think you can, without ever lifting a pencil or a brush or, um, a digital pen or whatever you use to make your art, or like a mouse or anything, I think you can make some pretty cool images. Again, the notion of make, that verb, is going to be weird here. And I think we have to be okay with the verb being like super strange, with us feeling like, okay, but you're not making it. And it's like, well, why not? Why not? Like, do you only make something like when I'm doing this? Like when you have a pencil and it's on a piece of paper and there's no like tricks to it. You're just kind of scribbling and drawing, and you rely on, the ability that you got when you went to art school. Like, it's that? Is that it? Is that what we're thinking? Like, that's the only thing to make cool images? Like that's um the only scenario for making cool images. And we are the ones that are allowed to make cool images, or we are the ones who are allowed to say if something is good or not, or if something is cool or not. Because that's the other thing. I think that, sure, a lot of the images will, like this in a few months, will turn into like image vomit. I think it's going to be so much, like literally cacophony of images. And it's going to be super hard to try and parse through all of that and say what is good, but I do think the reflection that comes out of that, of saying like what is good, what are we collectively understanding as good or not, is going to be the exact same exercise that we do when we look at paintings and we say what is good, when we look at drawings throughout history and we say, okay, what is good? And you'll see that we can't come to a conclusion. I don't know why people are so bent over backwards trying to say, no, 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 this is not good. This is clearly not good. As if any tool by its own, like, has ever created just crap. I
Do
don't.
you
Yes, I'm
do
sorry.
you think no, do you think it kind of goes, cuz when you were talking about how easy it's going to be,
Yeah,
like without knowing how to draw or paint or render,
yeah,
do you think it can be comparable to what happened with cameras and digital cameras? Because
yes,
I've read a lot about how in that moment people were like, no, but that's not photography. Because photography takes time and you have to know how to develop the photos you've taken. And it's like, yeah, I mean, it's not like digital photography is taking away from what traditional photography can do and what you can do if you know about photography.
right.
But I think it's also interesting, like the fact that anyone can do it.
Imagine how people that like something like Ansel Adams, where you have like a viewfinder camera, like a view camera, and you've studied traditional photography all your life, and you set up these big tripods, and you set up this camera, and it's almost like theater trying to set up a photo.
Mm-hmm.
But there's so much involved in there, so much involved in there. And it's almost like a negative, or whatever image is being produced, or if you're doing like wet plate collodion or tintypes, if you have like positives. But all of these images, when they come to be, it's almost like this birth of this image, and it's this beautiful process that
Mm-hmm.
involves not only like an artistic eye and training and having like whatever good taste is, or a sense of composition, or a sense of like the history of image making. um, but imagine like doing all of that, and then being transported to now, and all you see is like people with their cell phones like taking photos
Mm-hmm.
and saying, "Oh no, I can take a photo. I don't need to do, like, you spent an hour and a half trying to set up your camera, and trying to have this beautiful positive in a piece of glass, where you had to learn chemistry to try to get that wet plate collodion image um, there." But I don't have to do anything. I just have to be able to afford a phone, like a nice phone.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. That's the entry point, just a nice phone. And I what you're saying is exactly right. Like, how does that feel? Could you imagine for that person? Like, you could totally understand, like, maybe they're super excited that now everyone can, feel what photography feels like.
Mm-hmm.
But then you can also see that there's like some reticence where they're saying, yeah, but come on. Those are now the world is flooded with horrible images because of that, because everyone can take a photo, but that also means that everyone can take a bad photo.
Yeah, but I think at the end, I mean, it's like, so I feel that there's a lot of people against AI,
Yeah, it's a very
and there's
knee-jerk
a lot
like
of
reaction.
like artists that are against that.
Yes.
Also because of what you were talking about, like if you've been studying a lot to know how to develop a photograph, and then you like see everyone taking their phone out and taking a picture,
Yeah.
and you say, no, that's not photography. But I feel that, again, a picture that you take from your phone or from a camera, like an analog camera, it can be amazing,
Oh, it can be incredible.
and or it could be terrible
Yes, of
in
course.
both of them. So I think that's also what happens with these, because I
Yeah.
think we are at the point that everything's fascinating,
Yes.
because it's like, wow, it's new. But as you were saying, the lot of images and the images produced are gonna like float on the internet.
Yeah.
So that first like amusement of it being new,
Yeah.
it's gonna go away.
Like
And
everything,
then,
like anything.
exactly.
Yes.
But I think that then it's gonna be again. So it's not gonna feel for a lot of people like they're competing against the AI art, but it's just another way of approaching art.
Yeah.
Or
One of
approaching,
like, dozens and dozens and dozens of ways that we've accumulated throughout
exactly.
history.
And it's gonna be like photography. There can be good and there can be terrible things you do
Yeah.
in AI.
A lot of people like speak about more traditional art, and we were just in both, in the past couple of months, we've been to Madrid and to
Rome.
Rome.
Yeah.
Two places where you can get to see incredible painting. And we
Yeah.
also went to Florence.
Yeah.
So let's say 3 places. Well, and we went to see El Greco at Toledo.
Oh yeah.
And that Sol painting. I think counts as like going to see one of the greatest paintings in history, the Burial of Count Orgaz. So we've been to places where you can see some of the best paintings in the history of painting. But we also talked about like, oh, this is bad. Like, this is really bad.
Mhm.
This is not like bad for like Baroque bad painting. This is like really ugly painting.
Mhm.
And that's something that people don't really realize, that sometimes when we talk about painting, we don't realize that we're talking about the extraordinary versions of painting. Like the painting that was done by the best people on this planet throughout history. So you're kind of only talking about like some dozens, painters throughout time that have been able to produce like these incredible, incredible images through painting.
Mhm.
But the truth is that, when you look, kind of like at the wider definition of painting throughout history, oh my God, there's horrible painting everywhere. All the time. There's horrible painting in the Renaissance. There's horrible painting in High Renaissance, horrible painting in Baroque, horrible painting in Romanticism, horrible painting in Neoclassicism. So it doesn't matter. Horrible painting in Romanticism, horrible painting in the 19th century, like Academy, horrible painting in the 20th century. Like it doesn't, like painting doesn't mean that you're going to paint well. The idea of painting doesn't mean that you're going to be amazing at painting. So I have a problem when people say, no, traditional arts. Well, people have been doing horrible traditional arts for centuries.
Yeah.
For centuries. How is this any different when you take a tool and you make ugly art? It's always going to be the case. That's totally fine. I think we're fine with that. So I think that we have to kind of contextualize that a little bit better, and not think that painting or traditional arts are like the end all be all. What we sometimes refer to as traditional arts as being like amazing is the only examples of traditional art that are like exemplary.
Yeah, because we think about traditional art and we think about the things we like in a museum.
Right.
But it's like, no, it's a lot broader than that. You're
Yeah.
just seeing like the peak of it all.
Yes.
But
So,
you're not seeing everything around it.
So the other thing I heard about this is people saying, well, this is, while I try to, well, I can't even do this here.
What?
Because I can't move, so I'm gonna just do this on my hand and
do you need the
clumsily throw it away? I couldn't even throw it away. Anyways, and the other thing people have been saying is like, you know what? This is probably going to cause like this renaissance, which is not really a renaissance, of people taking time and people doing handmade stuff, and people searching for handmade stuff instead of stuff that is made from like AI or algorithms or printed or 3D printed in the future or whatever. It's a lot of people are like, no, you'll see that, this is going to cause like humanity to yearn for something that is handmade more than before. Like this is going to be like a renaissance of just sort of artisanship meeting artistry. And I have an issue with that, and I'll explain it like super quickly. And I can use traditional arts for this, traditional arts like painting for this example. So let's say, and this has to do with like making something that takes longer, because that's what people usually refer to as like
like the value of things,
right?
Comes
Exactly.
From the time
and what can combat an AI that spits something in like 30 seconds? Like you feel, no, well, like a human being that can do something in 3 to 6 months.
Or again, a photo that you can just like snap a photo from your phone in 1 second.
Yeah, 1 second, or going to the dark room to develop a photo in a couple of hours.
Exactly.
Right? No, even more if you have to develop your own film.
Yeah.
That takes longer.
Yeah.
Because you have to wait for it to dry. So, anyways, the idea for something that is becoming faster and faster and faster, and that can spit out images apparently without a sense of curation, then people think, no, the opposite is going to be quite true. That stuff that is done by a thinking, feeling, sensible human being that takes longer to cook. It takes longer to produce, and it's quite beautiful. But here's the thing. When we say those things, we're very romantic in that way. And we think, yeah, that's going to be beautiful. I like that future. I like the future where we go back to these things. Right. But how is this human being going to live if they want to make something, like if they're going to say, I'm going to combat this again, this image vomit that is being produced right now with making paintings that take, let's say, 3 months to do. 3 months, I feel. It's a bit...
and you're right, because the rhythm of life of the world we inhabit right now, at least in big cities, or at least, let's say, in the city we live, it's a very fast life.
Right.
It's like do. Dude. No, I can't say it, But it's like do and do and do. So it's a very romantic idea to think that you can be like, you know what? I'm going to take 30 years to paint something.
Okay.
And it's like, oh, that's amazing.
That's a lot, but
or
yes.
3 years, 10 years. I don't know. I mean,
okay, that's a lot too.
But let me say the example.
What
I'm trying to say is like, you can go to the extreme of romanticizing that, but I don't know how viable that's gonna be.
That was my point. And if you want, let me finish this idea, and you can.
No, I was just like trying to add something, but
no.
Something that came to my mind in that second. But
no. But you're totally right. So imagine if you're doing paintings every 3 months. So I mean, that's quite a bit extreme. So let's say that you're doing, because that's a lot. 3 months of painting for one painting. Okay,
because you're not thinking about the size or
right, but that would say
it takes longer for.
But that would mean you're doing 4 paintings 4 paintings a year.
That sounds right for a lot of people.
That's very low. That's
Well,
very, very
no, but
low.
don't say no. Because it's
Well,
not
okay.
like it's not normal. That can be the normal for some people.
Right, right, right. But this is not about like, alienating those people that paint 4 paintings a year. If you're painting 4 paintings a year, I promise you, you don't care what people think. No, but let's say you do 10 paintings a year. 10 paintings a year, okay? But, not everyone that's going to make those 10 paintings a year is okay with saying, "Oh, then I have to go and live in a house that's outside a city where maybe I don't need electricity and I just live in this like, little field and I can plant my own food and I'm not a weight to myself. My painting is not going to be a weight to myself. Like I can live with the bare minimum and on my spare time, on the time that I have during the day, I can make, 10 paintings a year, which is almost like art for art's sake, like the very romantic version of an artist who, sacrifices everything for their art. And it doesn't matter where you live, what city you live. It doesn't matter if your room is like small or big, or if you have means or don't. You're going to make exactly what you want to make, no compromises. That's it. I don't think that means that only people that are willing to make those sacrifices are going to be able to do these. So let's say you want to do that. Let's say you want to combat the urge to have tons of images being produced, super quickly with 10 paintings a year, but you also want to live in a nice city, or you want to live in a big city, or in an okay city, whatever it is, or you want to have an apartment, or maybe you have a family, or maybe you like, being subscribed to HBO, or maybe you like playing video games, so you want a console and you want to buy video games, or maybe you like going out to dinner with your partner and you have like expenses. So then you start thinking, okay, if I make 10 paintings a year, like what is something that a person, I wonder, if we take the US. So I apologize if this is crazy for other countries, but if you take the US and you say, I need to make 40,000 a year, 40,000 a year to be okay, to be, to
for
pay
my
for,
expenses,
yeah,
let's
to
say.
pay for rent, to pay for my food, to pay for my materials, to pay for, maybe you have a partner so you can live a couple life and you can go out to do whatever you want. So let's say you need 40,000 a year. Let's say after taxes. So you probably need to make a lot more than that, but let's take taxes away. So if you have 10 paintings, that, and you need $40,000 a year, so you need to sell, if you're going through a gallery, because you need to sell, those paintings. You need to like 100% sell those paintings. So everything you're going to paint has to sell. That's going to be tough. And it not only has to sell, but if you're going to want to give yourself like the better chance to sell it, you're probably going to have to go through a gallery, which means that you're going to get 50% of the sale, which means that you have to sell $80,000, right? A year. So $80,000, 10 paintings means that every painting is $8,000. Each painting is going to be $8,000. Now, you may be okay with saying, I am this person that's going to live in this tiny little hut in the middle of nowhere, no electricity, no nothing. I'm just going to be here by myself, my hermit self, and I'm going to take care of the planet. By the way, I'm not making fun of anyone. I'm just saying, like, maybe that's going to be your life philosophy, and you have a stream running through here, and it's very beautiful, and you have animals and stuff, and it's wonderful. And you're making your 10 paintings a year. That's fine, but you're still going to have to feel weird, because now you have to, go into the world, not this world, but the world where somebody pays you $8,000 for every painting that you make. And the world where people have $8,000 to spare to buy a painting is not usually this world. This world is where people have money and people like to buy things and people make money. So for you to feel like you can make this and be okay with who you are and your philosophy of the world, you have to rely still upon a gallery that's a business and upon people that make enough money so that at any point in their, during the year, they look at something and they say, it's $8,000. We can buy that.
Well, and not only rely on one, but
Oh,
on
no.
10
Now you need
yearly.
8,000 people times 10,
Mm-hmm.
which means, and let me just say this, that you're selling 100% of what you do.
Mm. At
I
that
don't
price
know
too.
artists that sell 100% of what
And
they
at
do
that price too, because also the market gets
at a
smaller and
fairly high
smaller.
price.
Yeah.
Fairly high price. $8,000. I mean, it's on the low, it's on the mid to low end of affordable art,
Mm-hmm.
only if you are an art collector.
Mm-hmm.
Like art collectors can look at something like $8,000 for a medium-sized painting and be like, yeah, maybe let me think about it. That sounds okay. For us, $8,000? Who buys a painting for who buys a painting on a whim for $8,000? It's like, hey, this could be a good investment. Buy this for $8,000. Like, I look at figures that are 180, and I'll spend a month thinking of where to spend, like what figure to buy for 180.
Yeah.
So 8,000 is not something that's normal. So again, that sometimes we forget that the society that we may like that is this, and maybe, it's not quite this that you need, but you are going to need some sort of income. And, maybe for some people this would be high. I don't know what yearly the income, the base salary for the US, not base salary, the minimum salary
Do
for
you
the
want me to
US. What is
see
the
it?
annual for the, at least, I mean, not for the 750, which is insane. That's like absolutely inhuman for the US. But what is the highest minimum salary a year in the US? Highest minimum salary a year. So yearly highest minimum salary US. I think it's 30 something, maybe.
Well, it says no.
No,
Highest minimum wage is but $15 per hour, so
yeah, but
no.
yearly. No, but
Yeah.
that's fine.
Uh,
But let me search for that. Yearly, maybe somebody in chat knows. Highest minimum wage US.
you also see it by hours.
Yeah, 15.
Yeah.
But
So
$15. But I don't know how many hours you can work, or usually how many people that are paid the minimum wage, how many hours they work every day. Because sometimes a lot of people would have more jobs. So, but if it's, I mean, let's say 8 hours a day, 15 times 8, 15 times 8 is it's 120, 120 every day, 5 days a week. Should we do 5 days a week? So it's 600 a week. So it's 2,400 a month. And 24 times 10 is
so I don't know. But
24,000 plus
if I give you the
40,
US yearly
4,800. Let's say
average
around,
salary,
okay,
is it gonna do it?
maybe. Is it 30
The
grand?
average?
Is it around 30 grand?
Well, no.
No?
It says the average gross
Gross. Yeah.
annual wage per
Uh-huh.
full-time employee
Okay, but
in
that's
the
full time.
US
Yeah, okay.
was it says no, but it's a lot. It's 74,000.
No, that's crazy. No. Yeah,
Yeah.
no. That's for employed people.
This one says the national average salary in 2020 was 56,000.
Okay, so I'm going way lower, but I'm going to go lower, 30. So let's do 30 even. 30, which means 10 it's going to be 3,000. You're going to need 6,000. If you go 30,000, which is closer to the $15 minimum wage, again, I'm not doing 750. I'm not even going to speak about how offensive 750 an hour is for the most first world country in the world, apparently. So that's not even part of a conversation. So if you're making 30 grand, you need people to spend $6,000 per painting if you're painting 10 paintings a year. That's a lot. So you're asking people to spend, what's 6,000? That's the fifth part. 20% of your salary on a single painting. Isn't that crazy? You're asking people to spend 20% of your salary, something that you would never spend, of your yearly income, 20% of your yearly income on a single painting. So do you see the disconnect that is between the life that maybe you would want to live, but the life that like creates people that would be the people that can afford your paintings. So you may want to live completely separate, but for you to maybe have 30,000 a year in the US, you would need people that don't abide by your rules, that actually have to live in a place where they own a big company or they're the owners of a successful business and they make money and they have easily $6,000 to spare whenever they want.
And also people that have all that things checked out and they are into art.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of people that say, well, I have that, but I like cars.
Yeah, exactly.
Or I like traveling, or I like food, whatever.
Yes, exactly.
So it's like narrowing it even more.
Exactly, exactly. So whenever people say, no, we have to combat that with just taking our time and things that are handmade. And remember, if handmade things are becoming lesser and lesser popular because more and more people are doing things that are like faster, that means that, the people that are doing handmade stuff are going to be less, which means that the price of the things that are handmade is going to be higher and higher and higher and higher because there's not going to be a lot of people doing it. So it's going to cost a lot more to do it, and it's probably going to take a lot more time for that person to make it, and it's going to cost more. Like the end price of that is going to be higher. But who has the ability to pay high prices for things? Not people that want to live, that want to say, you know what, F this big city, F your processed food, F your stupid ass business that wants to own anything, F capitalism, F everything. I'm going to go to a farm. I'm going to go to my tiny piece of land. I'm going to plant my own tomatoes. I'm going to live with my 8 dogs and cats and yeah, fuck you, society. But then you go like, oh shit, I have to pay my bills. And oh shit, I have to sell this painting. Oh shit, this person that believes in capitalism and believes in just, these big industries and monopoly. And, that's the person that's going to be like, hey, I'm going to throw some money at your face because I like your painting.
So
it's going to be super, super tough.
So I wanted to address,
yes.
Let's see. So I was just reading.
Yeah.
Amr Glitch.
Yeah.
Was saying that's a traditional way of selling art.
Yeah.
All current artists should focus on themselves and selling directly to buyers and creating an online presence. And Ambi said, interesting point, Amr. Didn't think of that side of it. And Amr said, statistically, you only need 10,000 subs or followers to make a decent living.
No.
That's why I wanted to address it.
We're going to say no.
If you have 100,000 subs / followers, you will make a lot of money.
No, we're going to say no to that.
And they're saying,
also.
We're talking about 6-figure income.
No.
7% of your followers will support you, and you will spend 30 to 300 each of those individuals of the 7%. So,
no, we can we can speak factually about this.
Yeah.
Factually. So, no, those numbers don't mean anything. First of all, numbers don't mean anything.
No, but I think it's interesting because there's like a misconception around YouTube or followers or media presence and money.
Yes.
So, and it doesn't translate like that.
No, no.
I mean, we would never ever be able to make a living,
No.
not even pay all our bills if we think about water, electricity, and
No.
gas.
Well, we would be making, if we lived from our YouTube videos, we would be making $1,200 a year. There you go. That's the that's, you know, because we have around $100 every month for our videos. So no, what was the name? Homer or
Omer glitch. Yeah, so
O-M?
OMER glitch.
Okay, Omer. So no. This is. I mean, I'm sure it depends also on your industry. So I'm sure that if you're a public figure and you have sponsorship of clothes or makeup or, you know, I don't know, what does PewDiePie do? Gaming chairs and water and bottles, like things to mix your protein
And also, if
shake,
you have
energy
like
drink, whatever.
sponsors or ads,
Yeah.
like if you have different agreements to
Yes. So
get a different income, but
maybe, but having followers doesn't mean anything. So I'll give you an example. We're a very small YouTube channel, so we can't really speak about YouTube as a source of income. But if you were saying having 10,000, you said at the beginning?
yeah, that 10,000 would make a decent
No,
living.
so it doesn't. I hate to break it, you know, break your heart with this, but it doesn't. So I'll show you an example. I used to sell my work at galleries. So without, you know, being specific with prices, but it, you know, it would be in the several $1,000s for something medium sized, and it could go, you know, tens of thousands of dollars for something like a really big painting. And when I, you know, decided to, because what you're describing is basically what we're doing, which is we kind of skip the middleman and we're doing all businesses ourselves, like directly. But to do that first, to be able to understand what type of market we were, you know, we were going to kind of, you know, we were going to ask, because we were going to ask a lot of our potential market. So we had to understand, you know, the character of our market when we were going to start our painted lives. So I had some 80 by 80 centimeter paintings, which was it 80 by 80? Now I'm like, I think so. Or was it 60 by 60?
No, I think they were 80 by 80.
I forget now. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Because I'm trying to remember them like visually,
Right.
and I think they were 80 by 80.
Which is around, I think it's 36 by 80 by 36 inches if you don't do around. So around 36 by 36. So I was asking and at that time
31.
31?
So,
okay.
31 by
Okay, there we go.
31.5.
Okay, whatever. Yeah, whatever. And around that time, I think, do you remember, Danny? I think I had 150,000 followers on Instagram.
Yes.
I think so. So around that time, I was asking for $3,500 for each painting. And I had, if I'm not mistaken, 6 paintings. 6 paintings. So I was asking 3,500. Like, let's see how much of this number, 150,000 people, can be close to the market that I would need, you know, to sell paintings at this price point, which was kind of close to what I was selling, to the, you know, the money that I would get from a gallery, right? So let's see, if I did it myself, how much of the people that would follow me would be would correspond with the people that would be the, you know, the people that a gallery would have access to. Let me see if in that big number I can actually start to say those are my clients, right? You know how many people got back to us? 8 people after, like, probably, I would say, a month and a half that we left that open. So 8 people were, you know, after knowing the price, 6 people bought, each one bought a painting. 6 people. So the 6 paintings that I had, went to 6 people that were interested. I didn't get a single message after that. Nothing else.
From
Nothing.
150K.
From 150.
Followers.
And trust me, like, I am very engaging. I'm very, my channel, my Instagram account was very active, very engaging, far more than it is today. But that's what it signified. That number meant that 6 people were willing to go to that price. So you figure out how much is 6 people out of 150,000, and now you're going to say, well, that's too high.
Yeah, because he was actually saying 0.3%, maybe less. That price point is
Right.
too high.
There we go. But that's the price point of the art market. Like, if you want to pay, if you want to earn, if you want to say, I'm going to make few paintings to combat the AI, the robot future, the robot apocalypse, then it means that you have to ask more for your paintings. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to paint one painting every 2 months. And how much are you going to order? How much are you going to ask for that? $250? Like we did with our daily paintings? Because $250, now the potential for that market like explodes when you lower the price. But when you lower the price,
expands. I wouldn't say explodes.
well, it explodes in relation to the 0.3%. But what we notice is like, okay, now we have a market. But you know what that also means? Oh my fucking God. Like, we have to produce.
Nicolas,
I'm sorry.
remember, I don't want to have the video down.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, my
Lord.
Delightful God. That means that we have to make so many paintings to make up for the fact that they're lower priced.
Mm-hmm.
So
again, that would go against
many paintings.
And that would go against the initial idea of this whole thing you were saying, that was like producing art with a lot of time, like art that takes time.
Right. So, in many ways, we were doing that. We were doing what the algorithm did in 30 seconds. We are like, oh crap, now we're doing a painting a day.
Mm-hmm.
And ask how many painters are willing to say, we're going to do videos every day, and we're going to do a painting a day, and we're going to try to sell a painting a day. Mm-hmm. If you would have asked,
for 2 years,
if you would have told me that that's my job, I would have said, dude, no, I don't want to do that.
Because also I think
every day I have to try and sell something.
Because
every single day.
When we thought about it before, I think if you think about it, it's like, oh yeah, you're gonna be painting, I'm gonna be editing, and that's gonna be fun. But once you start doing it, you realize how much work it is.
Yeah, it's a job. It's like a proper job.
Of course it's a job, but it's like even like more demanding than some jobs.
Well, it's a job. Like, I would say that all jobs are tough. All jobs are demanding.
Yes, but let me say, what I was trying to say is that we ended up working Monday through Monday. And there's jobs where if you go to an office, you work usually from Monday through Friday. We didn't even have a weekend.
Yeah. So
it was like really like nonstop.
Yes.
So
I would say that it's weird because, and if you have like, if this becomes an issue, then, and some people could say, well, that's a lifestyle problem. Like, you just want to live a different lifestyle, and you just need more money. But there could be people that, if they sold 4 paintings of those 250, they could live with $12,000 a month, like in the US, and that's fine. Fine. I have 2 kids. So no, it's not fine for me. And I'm not even going to speak for Dani and her family or her expenses or her, because we both live from this. So this is not just a person that's living from this.
It's like
this is
it's
essentially
a family income.
4 people living from this. 4 people. Samu has expenses. Fer has expenses. Right now, they're going to go back to school. I'm going to have to spend a bunch of money just buying all the school materials that they need. So it's way more complicated. And I know that we're talking about like money, but that has a lot to do with this. A lot to do with that. because there's a lot of people just thinking, oh crap, like the world is heading to a place where everything is going to be faster and faster and faster, and images are going to be faster, and people are going to, and companies are going to demand that images are produced faster, and they're going to demand changes every time you make an image. Like it's going to be disgusting to do a job, because they're going to know that the changes that you can do in a job can be so quickly done that they're going to say, hey, no, we need that in 20 minutes. We need that in 15 minutes. And you're going to be super high stress knowing that things are going to be like free time is going to be weird now. And the amount of jobs that you need to do is going to be much higher. But I also think that the world is kind of moving towards saying, no, we're creating healthier workspaces. And, communities that didn't pull together are pulling together and are trying to say, hey, if a lot of us stick together and we unionize, like I have no idea how illustrators and concept illustrators don't belong to a union. I have no clue why that's not unionized. Like artists should be part of a union. Should be. That period. That's like the easiest thing to say. And if you're part of a union, you say, hey, I work 8 hours a day. Sorry, later. So, oh crap, the video game is going to take a year longer to come out. Okay, it takes a year longer. Sorry. But I'm not willing to, to break down to break my health, my mental health, because I have to, work super quick for a video game to come out. So I think we're moving towards inching towards better workplaces, like a better philosophy in those workplaces. And maybe if we push, and maybe if workers do believe in unionizing and they push, maybe it is a great place to work. It can become a great place to work where people won't tell you, hey, I need this in 10 minutes. And it's like, hey, relax. Like, we don't have to rush that much. There's no reason to rush. So I do think that there's going to be changes. I don't think it's doom. I don't think any of this spells doom for anything. What I do think it's super exciting. It's like crazy, crazy exciting for the people that are in charge of developing these AIs. I think it's amazing. It's amazing that a community is being built, around these ways of creating images, because that's also going to push the people to make those AIs better and better and better. It's okay if I find it okay if businesses start promoting some of that, because I'll give you a super simple example. When I was a teenager, there used to be something that was the inker in comic books, which was really good, which was really cool. Scott Williams, Al Milgrom, there's a bunch of like super cool, Bill Reinhold inked John Paul Leon beautifully, wonderfully, I would say masterfully. So there were inkers that were incredible, and necessary, absolutely necessary for comic books, because there were there were artists that would do both penciling and inking. But if a book demanded to be for you to be more efficient, like let's say Jim Lee X-Men days, he had to draw like the wind. Somebody had to ink at that speed. That's why Scott Williams was, that's what he meant. Tell me not, like, name me 10 inkers today. Name me 5 people that inked today in comic books. Name me artists that are producing pages that you can buy inked pages from them today. It just doesn't happen. Inking is now digital. You just do all that stuff digitally because it's, changes are easier. We're getting to the point where you don't sacrifice the feel of what those images look like. And for somebody who loves traditional art, I mean, I own 3 John Paul Leon pieces, hand drawn, inked by him. Well, 2 inked by him and 1 by Bill. So, but I love that. And will it be sad in 15 years to see all that go away? That the notion of inking goes away from somebody who loves like Ashley Wood and loved Kent Williams doing inking and loved Dave McKean producing ink work. And if you go even farther back, I love Heinrich Klei. I love Joseph Clement Cole, Franklin Booth, Christie, the Bernie Wrightson doing Frankenstein. I adore those things. Adore those things. But imagine in this future where everything is digital inking and you want to be the sole inker that's alive. And you want to do something like the Frankenstein, the Bernie Wrightson's Frankenstein. I think it took him 2 years to do. Could you check, Danny? Bernie Wrightson with W. Oh, sorry. So how long? So maybe I can. How long did it take for Bernie Wrightson? So Bernie Bernie. Oh Jesus. And last name is Wright. GHTS.
GHT?
Yeah, GHT, like right. Bernie Wrightson. How long did it take him to do Frankenstein? I think it's 2 years. 2 years. Maybe?
7 years.
What?
Drawing approximately 50 detailed pen and ink illustrations.
7 years. So let's do this. Let's do this.
I'm gonna
7
go
years.
quickly
Yes,
for water.
please.
Do you want water?
No, thank you.
No?
No, I'm burning here, but no. 7 years. I'm sorry, we're like filling this page with like stupid annotations. 7 years doing 50 illustrations. That is crazy. Poor Bernie. That's why they say he lost his eyesight after doing Frankenstein, and why he never ever did anything even remotely close to Frankenstein after that. So 7 years, 50. So that means let's take our 30 grand. 7 years, you have to make 210,000 in total, and you're making 50 illustrations a year. 50 illustrations in total. So let me do this. If somebody's doing this quicker than me, 210 clear. 210, 1, 2, 3 divided by 50. It's 4,200 for every illustration. He got paid $4,200 for every illustration. 4,200 times 50. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. So every time you do a drawing, somebody has to pay you $4,200. Go and check right now how many comic book covers of like really cool artists that are selling for $4,200 are available. I'm going to say a lot. And you know why? Because you have to pay $4,200. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. So, if I see something like let's say an insanely cool cover by Olivier Coipel. He does like a Thor incredible cover, and it's $4,200. Maybe a person buys it, but then if I scroll down, there's like 5 more, 6 more, 8 more that are $4,200 that are still available, because it's a lot of money. So again, if you need to sell for something for a lot of money to make up for the fact that you want to spend 7 years making minimum wage in order to make 50 pen and ink drawings, you still, making this, you still have to sell for a lot. So how do those things meet? How do those two things meet? See, and you know what my answer to all of this is? It's just hard. It's always been hard. Always.
And,
I don't think. I'm sorry. No.
I always interrupt. I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead.
It's just like my brain has something in mind, and I just like open my. mouth. I'm sorry, but I was gonna say that my dad, for example, he's an architect,
Yeah.
and he has told me about how he's just very slow because he's like pen and ink architect. So
Mm-hmm.
he just uses a pen, a ruler, and he does all the planes he has to do for work. And he has told me like, I wish, I mean, I've always been the person that protects that in planes for things for architecture.
Plans, I think.
Plans, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Planos, so I thought
Yeah, it's
planes.
okay.
I'm
It's
sorry.
okay.
So
Oh, come on.
whatever it is. And he does not know how to use the apps in the computer
Yeah, like
to do
AutoCAD
it.
or, stuff
Exactly.
like that.
So he's like, I mean, at the beginning, I was like against it. But now there's a lot of people that work with me that can do what I do in 2 weeks in just 2 hours.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I'm sorry. Uh,
No, so yeah, so what you're saying, it doesn't really, you know, it doesn't have to do with artists. It just that's just how the world is.
mm-hmm.
And even today, if you don't want to, pay for something that's not made out of like this industrial process, but it's handmade, you have to pay more for something that is handmade. Like a lot of statues and figures that I own, I always like it. I always like them because they're handmade.
Yeah. Even if you go to like daily necessities,
Yeah.
you can think about clothing
Yeah, or food
or
or
food. Exactly. So,
yeah, you're always going to end up paying more. And that world only works when those things are not expensive. When somebody can make this Batman figure for me and paint it, beautifully and tailor it beautifully, design it beautifully, model it beautifully, like sculpt it beautifully, and it's for me, like I feel it's for me, and it costs, you know, it doesn't cost me too much. But right now a figure is like $200. So it's like a super expensive toy. That's what it is. So the market for this is really low. There's not a lot of people that say, I'm not going to spend the $200 on a Batman or like a statue, $650 for a statue. Are you kidding me? It's crazy. That's crazy. So imagine when I say it's a Batman that's made for me or it's a statue that's made for me and it's 650. And people are like, that is insane. I'm not spending $650 on like a Venom or a Hulk. Like, you're nuts. Like, you're rich, dude. So use that same argument when you, like Bernie Wrightson, has to ask somebody for $4,200 every time. 4,200, almost like that's like 7 times more than this price that made you almost faint for a statue. So you have to find people that are willing to give you $4,200 for each and every one of those 50 things you do, so that you could make 30,000 a year for 7 years. That's complicated.
yeah.
That
So
is very complicated.
I'm gonna read Liet's comment and maybe we can go say hi because I think it's time
Yeah.
to say hi.
Or goodbye.
So Liet was saying, I don't
Yes.
understand how Nicolas thinks this is exciting and good, but everything he says points to it being disastrous for young artists and entry level art market.
But how so? I would need like a more like an explanation on how is it disastrous for like artists. Because Liat, like both you and I think we're both close to the same age. Both you and I probably lived through people painting, let's say paperback covers, or let's say the painted fantasy cover, or the painted sci-fi paperback cover. That was amazing. Paid really well, really well. Because the people that would paint sci-fi covers or fantasy covers, they would spend about a month painting them. And it would be kick-ass. It would be super, super cool. And as soon as Photoshop was like, hey, we could do this quicker and it could actually be less expensive, it just died. I mean, I'm sure that people like Donato Giancola or people like Dan Dos Santos, who I studied with, they can make, their share of painted covers. But essentially, fantasy covers died. But, and, traditional inkers died. But are there not more people working in comic books today? Are there not more people, painting covers today? Are there not more people painting or digitally painting um, in the animation industry, in the movie industry, in the video game industry, more than ever? Like matte painting died. Matte painting absolutely died once Photoshop was created. But are there not more artists working now in the pre-production of like movies? So it's not as if the jobs for the matte painter disappeared. Yes, and that's a shame. The jobs for the traditional inker disappeared. The jobs for the person that wanted to paint a traditional, beautiful sci-fi cover for a paperback, it disappeared. But and this is like my biggest lesson in all of this. If I could serve, like I'm not like an illustrator, but as a painter, as somebody who's lived off of painting for, I would say 24 years maybe, solely off of painting. If you are caught, if you are a painter, if you're doing like these things with like traditional painting and you're super proud and have done things like really well for years with like, your brush, and you're like, yeah, number one.
It looks like an antorcha.
This brush?
Yeah.
Oh, so let's do this.
Like Olympics?
You're dripping. It drips paint. Bloop. I don't know who. Well, and this was a
number one. Yeah, so you are now in the Olympics.
Yeah.
Like cheering for sport, but I love that that's what you're drawing.
Yeah, not this,
I
right?
love it. Yeah,
oh,
no,
Jesus
but
Christ.
I love it. I love it.
Fed is like, it's being swallowed.
Where's
by...
Fed?
Yeah. So, if you are a painter that has been kicking ass for years, doing what you do, and you just totally believe you're amazing and it's a great job, and you're just going to do the same thing you've always done, and it's going to be cool, and people are just going to throw money at your face. It's like, hey, you're incredible. Here's money. Just make more of what you do. Yay. You are going to be caught sleeping when you need to make changes. And if the world is moving somewhere and you don't see those changes coming, and you don't realize that you have to be flexible enough to make sacrifices and to adapt to whatever is happening, then you are going to be the sort of artist that notices that everything changed, but you have nowhere to go. Nowhere. You're going to be that sort of artist that one day says, oh shit, nobody has called me to do covers for 4 months. I think this is weird. I have to do something. And then you're going to go, what are people doing? Oh my God, these ugly ass covers. And they're doing it in this thing called Photoshop. I don't know how to use Photoshop. Let me see if I can. Oh my God, no. What is this software? I can't even hold a mouse. I don't know. What? Painting in Photoshop? Now I have to just paint on top of photographs? Oh, this is horrible. No. So you are going to be lagging so behind the people that had already said, sure, because maybe a new person, you're old and you're amazing and you did your painted covers, but maybe this kid that was born into Photoshop says like, yay, I finally have a job doing these ugly ass covers for sci-fi paperbacks. And I don't have to, I not only can do one, I'm going to take 3 jobs a month to make some good money. And they're going to be okay with it. Not you. Like in a bigger sense, the art world is going to care about this guy that's going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And not you that lagged behind and said, I don't like it. I'm sorry, but I don't like it. So whenever, this person wants to do a sci-fi cover, they're going to go to him and say, well, those are not super popular, but we used to pay you 5,000 for a cover, but this little guy is doing covers for 500 and we love him. It cost us 500 and fine. Some people have complained that it's an ugly ass cover, but they're still buying the book. They're still reading their sci-fi novel. Who cares about the cover? So that's what the, editors would be saying. Who cares? So we can only offer you 500 now. And this dude, you are going to say, no, 500. I can't live off of 500. You know how long it takes me to do a painting? Of course not. I'm not going to do it for 500. And they go well, but, again, we're going to give him the job then.
So, can I read some comments?
Yeah, I don't even know where we're at.
So, let's see.
I'm sure there's been an off comment about, I thought this was going to be about AI.
No.
Okay, good.
Well, I haven't read it at least. So, Miles Yoshida said, sorry to disagree with Nicolas.
No,
but AI in artwork is awful. It looks awful. It makes for lazy creators and consumers. It mimics culture in the shallowest possible sense. And then they said, Jeff Smith.
Yes.
Paul Pope.
Yes. Amazing.
That's it. That's what they said.
Oh, yeah. Well, Paul Pope is an artist and Jeff Smith's an artist. I think they were referring to who are people that do inking still. Yeah, sure. Some of the coolest people that have done. Yeah, but Jeff Smith did Bone 20, how many years ago? 24 years ago. And Paul Pope was doing, his comic books also about 18 years ago. So I'm not talking about, Bill Sienkiewicz not doing inking today. I'm talking about people, when you hire somebody who's a newer generation, they're going to be I don't want to ruin my page because I spilled a bottle, or I don't want to teach my hand how to ink because that's a totally different thing. I want to ink I don't even know if they use Photoshop, but let's say Photoshop. I think they use another software to ink. But yeah, and you can be no, but inking is better. Dude, I agree with you. Ashley Wood, incredible. Jeff Smith, incredible. Gorgeous drawing. I mean, these are incredible draftspeople. Incredible. John Paul Leon, in my mind, is one of the greatest draftspersons in the last, 20 years, 25 years. He's amazing. But that doesn't mean that the comic book industry is going to care if I think it's amazing. They're just going to move forward and push and push and push. And would you say that now is worse? The comic books now are considerably worse than anything that was done, years back? You know what the problem was with Travis Charest?
So, I'm sorry, Alicia said, I thought this was going to be about AI.
There we go.
And a smiling face.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. Thank you. But you know what the problem was with Travis? Travis is one of the best draftspeople ever. He's incredible. You know why he sucked at comic books? Because he would take years to do anything. Months and months and months to do anything. Anything. I don't even think he finished the Space Girl thing he was doing. Because he just was slow. He was so slow. But slow doesn't mean bad. Not at all. But for an industry where you want to see where the story goes. I remember when he was doing Wildcats. And I was I'm so waiting for the next Travis comic book. Then it would come out 3-4 months late, and he would only do half of it, and then a really shitty artist would do the other half, and you would be oh, this is terrible. And that's what happened with Meta Barons also. He couldn't do it. So one of the greatest people, because he's amazing at doing something traditional, just couldn't do comic books. And then you could say, well, that's comic books' fault. Comic books should adapt to a great artist. Maybe to extraordinary artists. Extraordinary artists. But for when you say comic books should adapt to that, to these geniuses like Travis, for example, that means they have to pay Travis a lot of money if he's taking a lot more time. And I think they paid him a lot of money. That dude made a lot of money when he was doing stuff for Image. So if they're going to pay him a lot of money, guess where that money comes from? They have to make that money from from selling comic books every single month. And for people to buy comic books every single month, they have to have artists that are capable of producing comic books every single month. That's the thing. Like, we can't untie this knot. We can't just say, oh, I just want this little part to work. It's like everything is kind of bound together. Well, that's one thing. And the thing that the person was saying, that it's objectively horrible, and it's like, like, I think the first day we did these videos, I described
First day we did what video?
The speaking about AI. So
you
Thursday.
did it.
Oh yeah. Sadly, Danny was not here. Sadly, I felt incomplete. I think I referred to these images having like a stench. Like, you can tell what is an AI image. It has like a, it has a look to them. The 3D, the faux 3D versions, and the sort of establishing shots that are very much concept artish. They feel the same. They feel that you can see it. I've never for a second felt that those are finished images. Never. I don't think the point of them is to be a finished image. I don't think so. I think the point of them is to be like, oh shit, I hadn't explored, like, I'm drawing and then I'm thinking, what can I use to solve this problem? Because all art is problem solving. All it is problem solving. It's like creative problem solving. And what you try to do is have as many tools in your arsenal that help you solve a problem. That's what drawing is. That's what painting is. That's what everything is. It's just problem solving constantly. Why does this not work? Then you have to solve that problem, and you have to identify it and say, where can I go to? Where can I, what sort of information do I have to either learn, or what can I look at to try to get me out of this problem, to learn, to earn the necessary information so that I can get out of this problem. That's what we usually do. And this is just another place where you can get information from. This is just another place where you can go and say, I was actually stuck on this, but then suddenly I saw a potential to do this. Like, potential. It really is like raw potential. It's nothing else. Photoshop was raw potential when it started. And my God, are there still horrible, professionals that work on Photoshop? Like, horrible Photoshop jobs? And how many years are we into Photoshop? How many jobs can you think of that are like, oh my God, they paid somebody to do this Photoshop job? And how old is Photoshop? So there's always going to be somebody who uses those tools and uses them super poorly. And that just shows us how, empty the tool is. It can be like a fascinating tool. It could be created by geniuses, but it means that, under the wrong supervision or wrong hands or bad taste, it could be terrible. But again, my point is, it's as terrible as some traditional inkers that were terrible, as terrible as some sci-fi comic book, sci-fi paperback cover artists that were terrible, as terrible as some matte painters that were terrible, as terrible as some Renaissance painters that were horrible. How is that any different? It's not. It's no different. It really is no different than any other moment in history where there are tools that you can unlock this potential, and you'll see extraordinary people will unlock an extraordinary potential in those tools. But that means that they have to be extraordinary. For Photoshop, like I was saying on Thursday, it was Dave McKean and it was Craig Mullins. Like, it was just like these founding fathers of pushing something, of really pushing something. You don't get thousands of extraordinary people pushing something. That's not what extraordinary means. You get only few people that are going to show you, oh crap, that's what could have been done. That's what the potential of this is. And that's when we all learn like the true potential of things. But that takes time, and it takes geniuses at work. It takes somebody who's a genius say, you know what? I'm going to use this tool, but I'm going to push the shit out of this tool. Like I am going to like really, really understand its limits. For most of us, it's just going to be ground level. We're just going to like, it's just going to be stupid stuff. Like, what if God was a praying mantis? That's probably something I typed. A praying mantis is God.
We've seen it maybe in the images
Yeah.
I'm showing.
That's it. That's all you have to do. Like, oh yeah, and it gives you a laugh, and you go like, oh, that's super cool. That's super cool. But that's ground. I'm not doing anything. I'm just playing with words there, and that's it. That's it. But to think that because that's it, there's nothing more. I think it's very, very, very short-sighted. And again, short-sighted people are never ready for when everything changes. Never. They're going to be stuck wanting to get paid a ton of money for their sci-fi covers when the industry is telling them, we now pay, 10% of what we used to pay you last year, because that's what we pay now. But you never want to be caught in that place. You never, ever want to be caught there. You always have to. Like, I am older than a bunch of people I'm sure that I'm hearing that are listening to this video. I have to look at what, young people are doing because I find it fascinating, because it's usually what, art that comes from a very different way of thinking than how my brain works. So I love that my brain is pushed in different directions. I love it. I absolutely love it. Love it. So whatever I thought of animation, I look at Alberto Mielgo and say, okay, that's somebody who did something for animation. I love that somebody was pushing animation in that direction, which is completely different from how my friend Dice Tsutsumi pushes animation with Tonko House, and Robert Kondo push animation with Tonko House, So, there's so many ways of pushing. Pushing never means Alberto Mielgo. Pushing can mean Tonko House. It obviously can. Or pushing can mean somebody who's doing, or Leica that's doing stop motion. It never means one thing, but I have to be aware of everything that everyone is doing that is making my brain like fry and say, wow, this is so awesome now. Like, this is so cool nowadays. And how does this impact what I do? And how can I incorporate it, if I can, into what I do? That is the most important part. That's why I was saying I haven't gotten the prompt book, the Dave McKean prompt book, but I'm so psyched to see that book. I mean, I probably could look for a bunch of pages in the internet, but I don't want to. I want to see the whole book like physically in front of me. So I'm actually like super blind. I'm going in very, very blind. But that's why I was saying on Thursday how incredible it is that the person that is, saying, which I believe to be the first person that's saying, I'm going to illustrate something solely based on AI prompts, is the same person that was pushing Photoshop, 25 years ago. The same person that was saying, oh crap, this Joel Peter Witkin-esque photo collage that I want to evoke here in Photoshop, of just like stitching photos, Mike and Doug Starn style photos, this like pieces of tape or like scratching my negatives, beating up my negatives and just getting this very random texture. I can do this now in Photoshop. So the same person that 25 years ago was asking themselves, how can I push Photoshop to evoke this very traditional thing that I do, is the person. I mean, could you give me Dave McKean's age?
Yeah.
So he's probably like mid-60s or 67, 66?
No, 58.
58. Okay, he's younger than I thought. But a person that's 58 years old is the first person that's saying, I'm going to make an AI, you know, AI composed book with, I don't even know if it has a narrative. I'm guessing it has a narrative because Dave McKean is like the genius of visual narrative. So can you imagine that? It's like a person that's willing to take chances 25 years ago and it's taking chances right now. But again, the like industry moves, the art moves, the art shapes, reshapes itself, reconfigures itself, questions itself because of extraordinary people. And you can't be more extraordinary than Dave McKean. So we need those people. We don't need, yeah, sure, there's going to be millions of people.
No se alcanza a ver eso.
Oh, sorry. I wrote a million. There's going to be millions of people working at ground level doing, praying mantis as God. Sure.
But I think that that's why it's important to understand that it's a new tool. And I think that the example you were giving of Dave McKean is very interesting because it's saying, I mean, they're still working, they're still creating the art they know how to do, but they're acknowledging the new tools that are emerging.
Yeah.
And they're not going against them, but trying to understand how their work can fit those tools.
Yeah, because
and I think that's very important because I think that the problem that a lot of people say that AI art has
yeah,
is when they think about that image produced at the end as the whole end.
Right.
When I think that, as you were saying, it's a tool. It's not like, oh, artists are not gonna exist anymore. It's like, no, maybe they have to create something and the company they're gonna work for are gonna tell them, we did an AI with kind of the ideas we wanted to, and we want you to work around that. So again, it's gonna be a tool.
Right.
It's not gonna be a finished thing.
But you're exactly right, Danny. Like, imagine 25 years ago when Photoshop was like, I don't even know how old is Photoshop. I'm trying to translate it to moments of my life, but I know Photoshop is older than 25 years ago, but or maybe close. Let's say 25. Imagine like if Dave McKean was like doing collage photographs that are so amazing, like incredible. I don't know if you guys are familiar with his like analog work, his photo work, but it's amazing. Phil Hale does analog work and he stitches photographs also. But if there was a person that could say, what is this stupid tool that is allowing you to like layer photographs and like scan a piece of tape and just like put it as if you were taping stuff together and like take a texture from somewhere else and just put it on top of a photo. He could have been that person that says, oh my God, this is so wrong. This is so stupid. This stupid software will never, ever replace the random feeling of taking a negative, of shooting this photo yourself as a photographer and searching through your negatives, searching through all these like strips, finding the right picture, and then taking that negative and like, throwing it on the floor and stepping on it and scratching it like in the right places and taking a blade and like making some scar marks, some scuff marks. It's never going to replace, what the experience that you get by doing those things like yourself, like the tactile experience. How can it replace that? It's crazy. So that Dave McKean could have been that person 25 years ago and just said, F this. I'm just going to do my photos. It makes no sense. I'm going to, all my collage work for my pages in comic books, I'm just going to do myself. I'm just going to build it myself. I'm going to shoot it myself. It's going to be awesome. Like the originals of my pages are going to be so awesome. But he was the person that said, oh my God, this is amazing.
Yeah, but I think that he found his way with the tool. Because I also think that acknowledging there's a new tool does not mean that you have to change all in your working progress to adjust to that tool. I think you need to learn to incorporate that tool if you want to in your work, like in your working practice. but I don't think that it has to be like shifting all the time. Because
Oh,
again, I think Photoshop has been a tool for a lot of illustrators, but there's a lot of illustrators that still use ink and paper, and they use Photoshop as a tool. And I don't think that has to be like the end of it. So when you were talking about how if people don't realize this is the future, then they're gonna like lose the opportunity of a job. I think that yes and no, because I think that there's a lot of people that can say, "Oh yeah, I love this image, and I don't care if I like if it was done on Photoshop or if it was done manually." And I think that there's a lot of people that are like, "No, I really want that, like the feeling of it. I really enjoy that." So there's gonna be a market for that too.
oh,
Again, what I think is that the market just diversifies a lot.
right.
So there's going to be a quicker way to do it. But if you're not attracted to that quicker way, and again, I'm not saying that just putting 2 words and you're done, but using that as a starter point to what you want to do, it's still going to help you reduce a lot of time. If like if you were not doing it that way and you do it that way and you compare, of course you're going to have a lot of time more if you're not using it. So it's a tool that it's helping you to simplify or make the steps shorter.
Right. So
But
I
yeah,
think
no, but go.
no, I think you're totally right. But there's two different things there. That one is just a creative process, let's say, where a creative process is kind of, you know, it's not bound by anything. So you are going to feel like if you say, "Oh, I want to carve this because I know that carving will make sense." And then you proceed to carve it. And if it takes you 3 weeks to carve it, then it took you 3 weeks to carve something. And you're not going to question how long it would take because you know that it made sense to carve it, right? So I think that one is that usually is something that for, let's say, independent artists, that's kind of what fuels us.
Yeah, but I get what you're trying to
but the
go
other
because
thing,
it's like the industry.
right? The other thing is an
like
industry.
when you have to answer to
right,
something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Dave McKean had to make graphic novels.
Exactly. And I think that in that aspect, it's also very different because I listen to, like, I've been listening or reading a lot of things that people say, people that are artists and they want to sell their own paintings.
Right.
And they're saying, no, this is crap. And I'm like, no, but I mean, it's a new tool again, and it does nothing to your creative practice.
Nothing.
Because you're gonna just keep painting.
Yeah,
even if people are painting in Procreate, if they're doing it in Photoshop, if they're doing it with an AI as a starting point, you're still gonna take your oils out and paint because that's your creative process approach.
So you
it
saw
does
me.
not affect.
You saw me being excited, right?
And
how
then you
how
went
excited
back.
was I?
Oh, you were here till like 3 a.m.
And what are we doing right now?
Painting.
Drawing with
exactly. And
drawing with a color pencil on a piece of paper.
That's the point, because I think that there's a lot of people that feel this as a threat.
No, come on.
Like artists feel that this is a threat, and they're like, no, that's not art. But why not? I mean, it's not like this is invented and the things you do manually are gonna lose their value as art. They're not. I mean, you can still paint if you want to paint. You can still do illustrations or collage without using Photoshop. Of course you can. It's just a tool. Just a different tool.
Danny, is Jeff here? Is Jeff in the comments? Jeff Avila?
So I think it's easier if Jeff says hello.
Or somebody
so let me just like kind of.
Or
I see Marcelo is here. I see Liad.
Or if somebody that was either in Comic-Con or has already purchased, and maybe a Dave McKean fan that has already purchased Prompt. If you have, it would be super cool to hear what you have to say, because what you were saying, like what somebody was saying, it's not art. You know, it only takes one person to make something that's incredible out of that which we deem to be trash and make it amazing for
And
us to say, holy crap, that's art.
and also, like, saying it's not art is so relative, because you can go to something very physical and like touchable, like the taped banana.
Right. We're having the same conversation.
Exactly. And
Or
it's like,
we
oh,
could have,
that's not art. And it's like, well, it was sold as art. And it was thought as art for some people. And if it's art for some people, there's no way of debating it's not. You can say, no, that's not traditional art. For sure, it's not traditional art. But saying it's not art,
right?
I think it's very hard. That's why with art, it's very, very hard to say what is and what's not.
Yeah, take Hearst's paintings, his recent like spot
The
paintings or
dots,
the
yeah.
dots. Like that to me, that to me is not painting. But you know, I could argue with anyone.
I'm sorry if my drinking, because I realized I was drinking in the mic.
Oh, it's
So I'm
okay.
sorry.
Oh no, you better.
People were a
Yeah,
little
don't
bit
do it for
disgusted.
don't do it for free.
For free? No,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
horrible.
You better start charging for that. But yeah, it would be. I'm sure I could be in hour-long discussions with somebody who is moved to tears, you know, because of these spot paintings, dot paintings, that tells me this is painting. And me thinking that Rembrandt is painting is saying like, okay, yeah, I mean, it's painting in the sense that somebody took paint and flung it on like whatever substrate. But, you know, come on, that's not the potential of painting. But I'm sure I could be in this like this Byzantine discussion with this other human being for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and never get anywhere. Anywhere. So what is the point? Like, there's no point. In many ways, there's no point to this because we could just say, I think it has potential. I think it has an amazing potential. But I also think, you know, when I saw that 3D printed Rembrandt painting, I almost, you know, died out of like, oh my God, this is incredible. Is it a Rembrandt painting? Of course not. Is it amazing that they were able to 3D print? Danny, could you look for that and maybe post it as an image here?
Yeah.
So just put 3D painting of 3D Rembrandt painting. You're going to get just that one result. So is it a Rembrandt painting? No, of course not. Is it just incredible that human beings were able to teach this AI to recognize what it, you know, to feed this AI and recognize what a Rembrandt painting was, and then to be able to 3D print it? I think it's amazing.
So I'm gonna share the link. I think
Okay.
it's easier to, or do you want me to show the
I would like
image?
it. I would like the painting if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would put it to a side because I have the like the slideshow of the AI
Okay.
images running right now. So
Yeah, so when I said I'm like so excited and shocked and horrified and like eager to see where this goes from here, is it's not because I think that, oh shit, now we can, you know, now who cares about a Rembrandt painting? A robot can learn how to paint like Rembrandt, and then a printer, an advanced enough printer, can 3D print that on a piece of canvas. And that's just wrong, you know, and that's just, come on, that challenges everything that I like about painting. Like who could ever believe that that falls under the same definition of what painting should be, like what the beautiful potential of painting is throughout and has been throughout history. But I felt so excited because, you know why? Because I felt, could you imagine if with like gigapixel images and like AI learning what a Rembrandt is?
so there it is. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
There's
Thank you.
right on
Yeah,
top.
when it's smaller like that, it even looks more like a
Yeah.
Rembrandt, which is horrifying. That's an actual like object, by the way. That's a
A 3D
literally
painting,
what it
layer
sounds
by
like.
layer.
3D printed painting.
Yeah, so they scanned layer by layer.
Yeah, they printed layer by underdrawing, ground underpainting, almost like if you do a cut and to see all the layers of paint
Yeah,
microscopically. That's how they painted that thing, or
which
not
is
even painted. I don't even know what to call it. Printed. Yeah.
reproduced that.
So I always feel don't look as far as your eye can go. Try to look further. Like be like Lion-O. It's so lame. I don't even know why I said that.
Be like, what?
Like Lion-O from
What's
the
that?
Thundercats, with the Sword of
No.
Omens that he wanted to see. I don't know. Más allá de lo evidente. In Spanish, it's más allá de lo
No,
evidente.
mi amor.
Okay. Yeah. Anyways,
Sí.
it's super lame. But
No, but not lame. The thing is that I
oh
didn't
no,
get
it's
it.
lame. Don't worry. It was like I don't know why my brain went there, but it is lame. Don't worry about it.
Well, your brain
My
right
brain is
now
lame.
is the paper.
Yeah, look at this. It's poor Fer
Could you
just trying to
imagine-
keep afloat.
Could
on
you
this
imagine?
load
I'm
of crap.
sorry. If someone did 3D print painting, print reproduction, whatever of this. Like
Also,
this
they
would
have
be
to
the
study.
first. Yeah, if they scan this
Yeah.
and it's like first layer. What the?
Yeah.
What's
Yeah,
that?
apparently the artist just
He was-
wrote
yeah.
gibberish. So
He
we've
was
taught
struggling.
we've taught the robot to just write anything.
Yeah.
And then drop a somewhat decent drawing on on top of all that crap, and then we start painting.
Yeah.
Um
No, but I'm sorry, I interrupted you. So
no,
what
I
were you
forgot what
saying?
I was saying. What was I saying?
I forgot it too.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It was good. It was probably a good thing.
So you were talking about Rembrandt's reproduction.
Oh, could you imagine? Yeah. Don't look as far as your little eyes can see, because we all have we're all myopic when it comes to the future, because I think that's how it should be. If not, we would all have been we would have all made TikTok, and we would have all made Facebook 15 years ago. But it's not about that. It's not about saying we can all we're all forward looking and we can all see the future. But it's also trying to not put resistance upon the future, because upon the potential that a future can have, because I think that's kind of pointless.
Yeah.
So instead of thinking about this, could you imagine if you could have a reproduction of the Night Watch in your living room in the future, 40 years from now, people living with the Night Watch? They offer these 3D printed Rembrandt paintings that you're looking at them and you're like, oh my God, that's a painting.
Or you can have it in your art school when
yeah,
you're studying art history.
Yeah.
So it's oh no, you don't have to travel to around the world
Yeah.
to see the paintings, but it's you can have them in the room you're
Right, so
studying
third
them.
world countries can
Yeah.
have the Mona Lisa,
We could have it here.
printed here.
I mean, yeah.
How amazing is that? How incredible is that? Why would you ever oppose to that?
And I think it would never take away from the value of a Rembrandt painting.
No,
It's
because
not oh no, this exists, so the Rembrandt is just whatever.
yeah, and that's the thing.
Of course not. Of
No, because-
course not.
Because it can only exist because of the
that,
Rembrandt
exactly.
paintings. AI can only learn how to make AI images
Because of
because
your
of the
own
millions
input.
of artists throughout history that have produced images.
Yeah.
It feeds off of those images. If it wasn't for us, there would be nothing to feed from. So, no, I don't know. I just think, again, I think the potential of these things, it's so enormous. It is so enormous. And we are just beginning. So can I speak about a bad thing that I think, that a thing that grounded this whole thing for me?
Okay, do it, and then we could say hi.
Okay, so
So
one thing that to sort of end this on my part is the fact that I was very excited and I paid $30 for this whole thing for a month. And I thought this was going to be, because I was completely ignorant. So I thought this was going to be almost software-like. And I knew it was far more complicated than just having a software, like paying, I don't know, a Photoshop license, let's say, which is close to whatever that is. So $30 a month cost this thing. So I thought, okay, I'm going to pay the 30 because honestly, I've been having a blast and this is pretty amazing. And I can totally understand why it would cost $30 a month to do these things. So 3 days into, doing this, or three
Non-stop.
days. Yeah, nonstop. I was, hooked on it. I get this message that's like, hey, your fast time is running out. And I'm like, my fast time? What the hell is my fast time? So apparently, your access to a higher load of like GPU power, like where you're pushing the GPU servers that they have somewhere, um, that the access to that is limited. So it's limited by GPU hours. So, the time the GPU servers have to run so that they can spit out your image as quickly as possible on a higher res, on a high res. I'm not going to say it's higher res, but it's not really high res. But, that takes processing power. So the processing power these GPUs and the processing load these GPUs go through is what they're charging you. And I did not expect to run out of my fast time, which is a stupid term. I don't even like it. So F fast time I would run out of that after 4 days. So
Of non-stop use.
yeah, yes, again, like I was addicted.
Yeah.
So 4 days after doing this,
Of non-stop use.
I was like, that's my time out of the month. So sure, now that I learn how to do it, I noticed that, yeah, I have to do relax mode and start with my 4 tiles. And if I like something, and if I really, really like something, I upscale it. I upscale it. So no, let's do flat. Let's do the arrow pointing up top. I upscale it. And then if that one I like, then I turn on my fast mode. And this is me, because I never read anything. So I always like to learn things by making stupid mistakes, and this is clearly one of them. Then I turn on fast mode, and I make a high res version of that, and then I turn it off, and now I have my image. And that's the way they control that you're not just like putting their servers, like to work, like exhausting those servers and those GPUs constantly. But now I don't like that model. Because now, if I need fast time, they're going to charge me $4 for whatever hours of GPU time. And now it smells like crap. That has a stench to it. Like the images that have like a stench. Now I'm like seeing the business that, stinks.
But I'm sorry. I mean,
yes.
It's like something someone created.
Yes.
That you're using.
Right.
And they're asking you, oh, please pay for this that we worked on for. And
right.
You're like, no, this is horrible. I don't want that.
Yeah, but I paid.
Because you tasted the free version of it.
I know, very drug dealer-like.
And you're like, no, I don't want to pay. And it's like, why? I mean, they are developing this. Of course, it's going to cost. And if they have these servers, of course, it's going to cost.
Yeah, but
so I would disagree with you because, I mean, it's a little bit naive if you think about like all the editing.
It's like GPU,
programs. No, editing programs. Let's say.
Oh, like Photoshop.
If you want to edit exactly a photo, or if you want to add a video.
Yes.
You have like different programs that you have to use, but of course you have to pay.
Yeah.
Because there's people, like, in the backstage or like behind the scenes of that program. There's a ton of people developing that.
Yes.
So it wouldn't make sense to have it free.
I don't want it free.
You want it free because you're saying, no, I'm running out of time.
No. Well, I'd be very willing to pay $30 for you, but I need unlimited fast time. And it's going to get to that place. If enough people pour money into this, if there's so many people using it that they are pouring so much money into their company, they're going to make money for sure, but you can pay like a $30 monthly license fee is very expensive. That's what
Oh, but
Photoshop
it's
costs.
monthly?
Yeah, it's monthly.
Oh, so yeah, it's
That's what
expensive.
Photoshop costs.
Yeah. No, because I thought
So
it was like one pay,
no,
one
no, 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 no,
$30 pay, and I was
no,
like,
no,
no, I
no.
mean that's nothing.
That
That's
used to
like,
be what is it? Let's say 6 years ago. But then people were like, "What if we don't sell you our software? But what if we charge you a monthly
yeah,
subscription
Photoshop,
for our software?"
InDesign, all
Freaking
the
idiot.
Adobe,
Adobe, just money. So
and also
again,
the.
I'm
Oh, go
fine.
ahead.
I think this is very high, but I think it's very high. I think, this is, I don't think I pay anything that's $30 a month in terms of the subscriptions I'm attached to.
Mm-hmm.
So Spotify isn't $30 a month. Netflix isn't $30 a month.
Hmm.
YouTube Premium isn't $30 a month.
But maybe as you're saying, it's because it's just starting, and also I
Well,
think it's
I think they
because
want money.
yeah, but also because it has a free version. So I think there's a lot of people using it free, and they
Right.
don't care about paying for having the fast mode. So I think they don't have that income.
Oh no, but uh, Danny, your free use runs out so quickly.
Oh, really?
Like you can only make a couple of
That's
images.
why I like that I have no idea about this, because
Oh
it's
yeah,
like I'm
no, no, no.
asking, but at the same time
No,
I'm.
this is horrible. When you do, I remember I think I did 4 and I was like, this is incredible. And it's like, your free trial has ended. And I was like, what? No. I was like, no, I can't, you can't leave me like this. And that's when I read the thing, and you can pay $10 or you can pay 30. I went with 30 because I thought it was like unlimited. And I was like, hell yeah, I'm doing 30. And no, apparently 30 for me is 4 days. And sorry, but I'm not going to pay you more than that. So I would say if you're getting a lot of money, you're either going to be hemorrhaging users that are not going to pay $30 a month are not going to pay $30 or potentially even way more than that a month to do images, to do a couple of images. I don't think so, because the images that you make, I mean, in terms of like if you're an illustrator doing concept work, which I think this is like tailored almost perfectly for concept artwork, you're not going to produce so many images that you really need this all the time, all the time. So I think eventually you're going to be hemorrhaging all the people that are going to, like me, because right now I think you're going to make most money, the most money. But eventually they have to say, we either put a lot of money into making, these GPU server farms, or, how they, or how cryptocurrency, you let other computers use, or you let your own computer running so that they can use your graphics card to do whatever it is that they do. I don't know if that's possible to use the GPUs over the internet for all these computations. Maybe. But if not, they should invest in just making that GPU server farm like even bigger, and make this like, sure, you have 30, but now you can use whatever you want. You can make as many images as you want. And I think if they are successful, or if they start like losing people left and right, they're going to have to do that. Because if not, then it becomes super exclusive, and it's ridiculous, or it becomes just for businesses. And that, I think it's too small of a product.
Yeah, but
too
maybe
small of an audience to like be what they want is for this to be ubiquitous.
yeah,
like,
but again, we are in the starting point of it. So
yeah.
maybe for them it makes sense if it's just for companies right now, because they just want to start it, and they want to like get all the money so they can develop more and more and more of the AI, and then it can be available for a lot of people, like what happened with 3D printers.
Yes,
Because
yes.
at the beginning they were I mean, they're expensive now, but they're more accessible, because at the beginning they were like crazy expensive.
Oh, that Rembrandt painting cost millions of dollars to make.
Exactly. No, but I'm talking about like the 3D printers that now you can have.
No, I know, and I'm just pointing out the most like advanced of like 3D printing you know, when understood as a tool, let's say, that could be used for painting,
Mm-hmm.
still producing that, you know, this dream I have like in 30, 40 years that everyone can have a night watch in their living room. Right now, it doesn't work because that painting cost millions of dollars to make.
Exactly. And some years ago, to do a 3D print, that wasn't that good because now they're getting better and better. But at the beginning, it was just like the sensation of having it. It
Right,
was
right.
crazy expensive. And only companies or people with a ton of money could afford it.
Yep.
And now it's getting more and more affordable.
Right.
So I think that maybe is what's going to happen with this. But who knows? So, let's see.
So, Danny, should we
Do
say
you-
hi?
Yeah.
I think we just started this stream,
But
so
I mean, we've been here. Do you want to know how long we've
about
been
three
here?
and a half, 3.
No, two and a half.
There we go.
So no,
That's
I was gonna
nothing.
say that before I say hi.
Yeah.
Do you remember that Liad was going to explain what they meant?
I didn't know, but please.
No, yeah, of course you said Liad, explain.
Oh, yes, yes,
Because
yes. Please,
Liad
please, please.
said, let's see. Liad said, I don't understand how Nicolas thinks this is exciting and good, but everything he says points
Yeah, I
to
remember
it
that.
being
Yeah.
disastrous for young artists. I'm reading it if maybe people were not here. So I'm just like trying to give context. And Liad said, so when I started out as an artist, I used to get jobs doing illustrations or concept art for independent film people or plays or album art, all low paying. These people weren't the most discerning.
Mm-hmm.
They would easily just use AI art at a fraction of that price. Also, people that want portraits of family members, they will just use AI in the future and buy prints.
Mm-hmm.
So you won't be able to make money as you learn. You will just learn to use the AI that will hurt new artists.
Mm-hmm.
It won't really affect the high-end market, and I don't think it will replace concept artists. It will just be a tool for them like Photoshop is, but not for beginners. That's what it says.
Yeah, but again, Leah.
Oh no, I think there's more. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Inking Clip Paint Studio is the best for inking. People are discerning. It's just going to be posters online or at Target, and people are going to expect it to be super cheap, and only one person is going to make them with AI. Ross Draws on YouTube did a YouTube video. He used AI art as a jumping off point.
Yeah.
And painted over it. It sped him up, and he needed his skills, but almost all he did was rendering, and it looked depressing. Sorry for typing so much.
No. Yeah, but that dude Ross is like I'd say a decent. I'm not a huge fan, but I think he's a very capable, like a decent Photoshop painter. And he usually says, "Hey, I'm gonna make, I don't know, Thanos out of this carrot." Photograph of this carrot. And he likes to do that sort of stuff. So I don't see how it's any different than just I don't know how much he changed. So I guess what's exciting about some of the videos that he does is like how much he's able to recontextualize the original image that he uses and put it to good use creatively. And I don't know if what's happening right now, again, I don't know, but I don't know if what's happening right now is that some of these images feel constricting instead of feeling like a starting point, like a board that you can spring from and say, wow, this is amazing. Like I said, I feel that the potential is incredible, but sure, under I'm not saying that this dude Ross is using it improperly, but under improper use, sure, you're gonna get mediocre stuff for sure. But
Yeah,
you
and
could say that out of any tool. Like, what tool could you not say that about?
so, for example, Ruben Mejido Sanchez was saying dark metal bands are using some of these AI images as cover art. They are perfect, but also they are quote unquote free. So in the inch end, this may hurt us. But I was gonna use what you were saying about Photoshop. Because there's Photoshop or editing apps now.
Mm-hmm.
And there's people that say, I need to edit something for, let's say, I'm gonna have a store and I want to do all the image of that store. If I have the budget, I could pay people to do it. But there's a ton of stores that say, I mean, I think my cousin knows how to use Photoshop. So let's just give it a try. And as you were saying, it can be a terrible job. It could be bad, but they still use it.
Right.
So I think it's just like diversifying the options you have.
Yeah, and I think that the who was the person that was commenting? I'm sorry.
Ruben Mejido Sanchez.
So I think what Ruben was saying is close to what I was saying about sci-fi painters that used to do paperback covers. Like, honestly, I don't know many people outside of like maybe Donato Giancola and maybe Dan Dos Santos that are doing traditional painting for paperbacks. You know, either fantasy or like sci-fi stuff. I don't know many people. So you could either, you know, the industry can just um can support two people that are going to be doing metal cover. Like, you know, you're striking a chord because one of our good friends, a really good friend of mine that was a teacher at the university also, and whom I shared many years because we used to offer painting and drawing workshops outside university through his atelier. He does literally that. He does metal covers. And he's been doing metal band covers for, like, you know, albums.
Yeah.
And he's been doing that for years, and he's, you know, he works in Photoshop, and, you know, for him that's probably like, oh shit, like this probably means something for me, in the same way that when those first, you know, paperback covers done in Photoshop came out, this dude that was killing it, making $5,000 a cover, should have said, oh shit, like months ago, if he wanted to remain in that business. Because like the business, if you're in a business, if that's like the paperback business doesn't owe us anything. Like, it's just a business. It just keeps going. It moves and it shifts and it adapts. It's like any other business. But it's not thinking like, oh, you know what? Well, we could lower costs, but we're going to sell the same amount of books. But we should really think about this guy and maybe still offer him like $5,000. And maybe if he wants to do like stuff in Photoshop, I know we could pay him. We pay the other people 500, but we should pay him 5,000 still. Like, they don't do that. They don't care. They're not our mom. They're not thinking like, oh, but they work so hard. They're going to be like, wait, we can sell the same amount of books, which is the business that they're in. They just want to sell books. We can sell the same amount of books by paying, but now we pay 10% to the cover artist? Yes, of course, yes. So that can hurt. But this dude, the artist that is bound to that industry, because he depends on that industry. If you call yourself, I'm a sci-fi paperback cover artist, that means that you abide by the rules that paperback covers, you know, go by. So you have to be ready for those things to change. You have to be. You just have to. If not, again, you're going to be caught like everything's moving forward or whatever direction. It doesn't matter. Forward doesn't mean good or bad or better or worse. Yeah, just moving.
It keeps moving and moving. And
yeah, and then you're caught like, I haven't had a job in 4 months. Nobody has called me for a job. What is going on? You never want to be in that spot. Don't ever try, like, wait till you're in that spot, because getting out of that spot is really difficult. So always work hard to know what people are doing, to try to see how your industry, the industry you're working for, is changing, and what it's demanding of you, and how people are socializing work, what the sort of work people are buying, the reasons why people are buying work if you're into commercial work. Like, you have to be always noticing these things. If you don't, you're lazy. If you don't, it means that you're just kind of, you were too comfortable. And artists have to be flexible. And if you're at a point where you don't care, it's like, oh yeah, I used to make a lot of money and now I don't make much, but I'm still making my paintings. Fine. You're going to be fine. If you don't care about making money or about, and again, if you know, you're the sort of person that makes the paintings and you're willing to take that risk of selling them very expensive, like selling very expensive paintings, because you're doing less of them, but you're betting on that and you're okay if only a couple sell, but because your life is simpler now, and you know, that's totally fine. That's totally fine.
So,
but that's not true for everyone. So yes.
Kate Mayrick
Yeah.
was saying, I saw an interview with Dave McKean earlier, and while he's used it, he has a lot of reservations about how it will affect creativity, and also said it makes him feel physically sick.
He still did put out a book made out of that. So
I mean,
I wonder if the sales of that book are going to help ease that pain.
I think it's also interesting to see that reaction, because a new tool can be scaring. But again, you have to acknowledge that even if you like it or not,
yeah,
it is a new tool.
Yeah.
And it, in fact, exists now. So it's not like saying, no, I don't like it now, just take it back. Because it is there and it's going to be there. So I think it's cool to see that he can say in the interview, like, you know, I'm physically sick of knowing that this exists. And it just, like, maybe he feels like that because it would happen to you. Like, it blows your mind that just typing 2 words can create like a starting point like that. And I think
guess
it's
for
cool
him, it's
to
like,
say,
go ahead, Dan. Go ahead, Lena.
no, that it's cool to say, like, you know, this is terrifying, but now that I know it exists, let me try to understand that tool. Let me try to see what my role can be in that tool. And again, as I was saying, maybe your role is not using that tool. Because I also think that you don't really have to use every single tool available.
Oh, everything. Yeah, no, imagine that. Like, every single tool that comes out that has a potential to change something. That would mean that we would all be painting on like VR space.
And we would be
now.
like morphing into different things and like never really have something that we like. But I think, again, it's just a tool. And it's good to know it's there for you if you want to use it, because that's the good and like the inviting part of a tool. It's that it's going to be there.
Right.
It's not going to force you to use it, but it's going to be there for you if you want to try.
Right.
To try it out.
So Jeff linked me that interview. I haven't read it yet because I wanted to make my own mind up, or I wanted to sort of understand my own feelings about what I was looking at this during the weekend. And I know that if I heard somebody that I respect so much, like Dave McKean, say something, that it would have tinted whatever I was feeling. It would have conditioned like heavily whatever I was feeling. So I wanted to make my own mind up first. But I'm gonna, if you want, we'll you know, put it on YouTube, like on the TV this tonight, Daniela, so we can both hear it. But I'm curious to see, because I'm sure he's not. I mean, I'm going to speculate here, so I can't be sure. So I'm sorry about starting that with I'm sure. But he can't be that much disgusted if he just did a book entirely out of prompts and AI. He can't be disgusted by it.
No.
Like,
they were saying it makes him physically sick, which I think
didn't
it's
they
funny.
say disgusted? I heard
No.
disgusted. Yeah,
No.
maybe somewhere.
No. They said,
I heard disgusted.
I saw an interview with Dave McKean earlier.
Yeah.
And while he's used it, he has a lot of reservations about how it will affect creativity.
Yeah.
And also said it makes him feel physically sick. That's why I think it's very cool.
Okay, and that was it?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So it's not like they're saying, oh no, this is disgusting. No, they're just saying, oh, this makes me feel weird. Because again, I think a good tool should make that to you. It's like saying, oh, wow,
Yeah,
this
I have
just
to.
opened the door.
Yeah, you're right. I have to understand. I have to contextualize that a little bit better because I think a good way of seeing it would be the one that you're describing, Danny. Like,
Yeah, like saying, this is something I've never seen before.
yeah,
So it makes me sick to think. But like, I would say even like sick, not in a bad way. It's just like it's something so new that I feel sick because I don't know how to like digest all the things
right.
that I'm seeing.
Like I was saying, my brain was on fire when I
Exactly.
first saw it.
Exactly. So, so let's see. Because I wanted to see. Because BD Unico was
Uh-huh.
saying, what an AI cannot do yet is establish emotional relationships. So keep your patrons close. And I was gonna say that, well, I mean, we have like free content, so
Yeah, no
we don't
patrons
have
for
like
us.
the patrons. Yeah, but no, but I wanted to say that because I forgot the name, but I wanted to talk about the artist. Well, the AI artist
Oh, the German dude?
we saw on Espacio Solo
Yeah.
in Madrid.
Yeah, German dude.
Yeah, and how it also created a link with people because it has like a community that has to vote to say which one's going to be an original.
Well, if you're part of the community, the right that being part of the community grants you
is choosing
is the ability to vote what painting is going to come out.
what art, let's
Yeah.
say, because it's not.
Yeah, what you know,
What
whatever image, what image is gonna be understood as a final image.
But that's very interesting because it's also tapping into the community aspect. Because
Right.
it's like a lot of people voting and like interacting with these AI to say, you know what? Of these, I don't know, 20 images that were generated, we have to vote for our favorites. So we have to engage with them to let them know what we want.
Right. And
So
and what was funny is that the ones that we saw were the rejected
the
ones.
rejected ones that are also sold.
Exactly.
So it's like win-win.
It's such a
like,
good
oh,
business.
Pay if you want to choose the winner, and the winner is going to be sold for a lot of money. And the 19 ones that are not selected, I'm just saying a random number because I don't remember how much they did. Like how many images they did.
Oh, a lot. We at
every
least
month.
that collection.
Oh,
we
they
saw,
had a ton. Yeah, no. But I'm saying because they were telling us that it was like every month.
Yeah.
And they did the
Something
voting.
like that. Yeah.
So just like try to get the essence of what I'm saying, not the numbers, like not the specifics. And
just know
the
that
ones that
our
are not accepted, I'm sorry, the ones that are not accepted are also going to be sold again for a lot of money. So it's like win-win. And you have people paying for being there, people interacting. So
yeah, and I was gonna say, dude, I don't know if what you're suggesting is that we that are like literally a painting channel that loves being a painting channel are gonna all of a sudden do AI stuff. No, I don't think. Actually, I don't even know what we're gonna do.
But I think that's the very cool thing about, again, talking about this and what you were saying about, like, you are very shocked and very excited to see the things with AI, but here you are drawing with a pencil in hand, not even in a tablet, not even in Photoshop or something that has been, again, in the past, new tools. No, you've seen all the new tools and you've said, oh, that's so cool. I'm going to go back to my pencil and I'm going to draw. So that's very interesting. And BD Unico, that was the person saying that. They were saying also, they were saying metal bands are always out of cash and a smiling face.
I know,
If
right?
you can come up with a better concept than AI, your job is safe. And they were saying you can decide between complaining and going extinct or doing something else. Adapt or go extinct. And a sad face. But again, I think it's not like hop in this train or you're gonna be dead. Because again, I think it's a tool.
Yeah.
So it's something for that's gonna be there for your disposal if you want to use it. At your disposal, I'm sorry, if you want to use it. But it's not something that if you don't use it, you're just gonna be extinct. I don't see it that way. So
Well, I see it as I do think there's writing on the wall for a lot of stuff. And I do, in the same way that inkers, if you are training yourself now, today, to be a comic book inker, that's not a practical job. That's not like you could do it. Like that's amazing. Be a pen and ink artist. That's incredible. And if you love pen and ink so much, and if you love inking so much, so much that you need to do this, by all means, please be the best inker that you could ever be. That's incredible. But if you're trying to get a job and you feel like, hey, I am going to go into into brush and ink inking for comic books, like it would be wise to just look at the, industry right now and say, oh, no, that's not a good job right now. 25 years ago, amazing. 40 years ago, amazing. Right now, not really. And it's dying. So it is dying and it probably will die. It will. It just doesn't make much sense. As the software keeps getting better and pencilers, quote unquote pencilers, can actually do their final art in whatever software they're using, and it looks great for comic books, and they can change things, and they can like shift things like super easily, so it's far more malleable. It becomes like a far more malleable medium. Then the industry is going to love it. It's going to feel amazing for it. Who suffers for it? Well, the people that wanted to do pen and ink and that loved like traditional, Joseph Pennell and Clement Cole and Franklin Booth and like I said, Henry Clay. If you like that sort of stuff, sure, that is going to be a sacrifice. That is going to be a shame. The people that love collecting, inked comic book pages, sure, that's going to be very, very sad. And maybe those pages that were, inked by people are going to go way high up in price in the upcoming years. But guess what? If those things go way high up in price, who pays for those things? Who pays for this? Not regular people. Not regular people. Because we're always like, I understand how we complain that, oh, those jobs are going to be so amazing and they're going to be so sought after and they're going to be so precious. But in that same philosophy, then, if we want them to be precious, if we want them to be sought after, if people are going to pay tons of money for those jobs or tons of money for examples, great examples of those jobs from the past, what world can have people that can pay for those prices? What sort of world, what sort of jobs have to be created? What sort of companies have to exist so that there are people that can have that money to pay for those things? And sometimes we just think, no, it has to be. People are going to respect it and going to pay for it. Who is going to pay for it? The other people that live in the, farm with you? No. You need people that were, probably make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, and maybe believe in philosophies of, that are very different from you.
But again, I think you're talking about working like in the industry.
Right. Well, and he was mentioning if you don't adapt in terms, I kind of read it as pertaining to metal covers, so, which I think it's funny.
Because they were different comments. So
okay,
it was
but
first
I think it was also funny, like
and
saying, yeah, metal cover bands. It's like, yeah, outside of like the biggest bands from 30 years ago, 35 years ago, who has that money that they can splurge on like the art for their album?
That's why I was using the example of opening a new store. Because, I mean, you're not going to have a big budget if you want to start with a little store. And maybe you think, my cousin that knows how to use Illustrator can make a logo for me. So in that moment, you're not going to think about paying a ton of money to an artist to do that for you.
Right.
And I think that's what happens with metal bands. I mean, if you're a smaller band, you're going to say, oh, this tool is so cool because now we can have a cover.
Yeah.
And we can like have our album out without having a headache thinking of like the budget we don't have to afford cool art.
Yeah, they probably like smoke weed for one night and they have like the next 20 covers for the albums.
Well, you don't have to add that to the mix.
No, but
I mean, you're...
No, it's right there.
So I think finally we could say hi.
Or not.
No, I think we should. ¿No quieres decir?
Of course. I was just kidding.
Cacaito was saying...
Caquero, happy belated.
No, but she was saying, los dejo temprano, see you tomorrow.
Oh, Cacaro.
So she had to go out, and I want to say happy birthday.
Happy belated, yeah.
No, I don't know if she's still here, so...
No, but I want her to hear that happy belated birthday. We were working really hard on the book.
Yeah.
Like, we have a ton of stuff that we need to be on top of right now. So,
but I love that you're saying this, and I think she's not here anymore.
I'm gonna believe that she's here. So
yeah, but that's why we couldn't go.
Yes.
But my sister sent us picture of you in your birthday, and we're so happy that you were happy, Kake
Rodriguez.
So, before
I don't know what before means anymore.
No, before we started the live stream.
Yes.
So when it was just scheduled.
Just the two of us?
No, just scheduled.
Uh-huh.
Because remember, when it's scheduled, you can still chat.
Oh, right, yeah.
So Guillaume said, this is going to be interesting.
Well, I hope it was.
It is. Like, I hope it is. Not it was, because it's not.
I'm almost done.
Briley Moreno.
Yeah.
Said, my money isn't traditional, but this would be a good fight. So Liat, Julián, Sergi Arts, Emilio, País Llanero, Patricio Juárez, Tom Thumb, Darko B, Briley Moreno, Luca Guadaño, Elaine Shukri, Carla Anglada, Julián Rodríguez.
Oh, are we just going to say hi collectively?
Yeah, because I don't know if they're still here. I wanted to say hi to like 4 people and then read another comment, but I was just reading comments saying hi, hello, so I just kept going. Let's see. Beshria was saying, hello everyone, missed everyone here so much.
Oh, that's very
Hey,
nice.
Beshria. Elijuja was saying, hola, ¿cómo están?
How's the grandmother, Beshria? Right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Solo Priest was saying, hello everyone, great topic. Guillaume was saying, so think about this because maybe there's a lot of questions. I don't know if Guillaume's question is answered already, but think that these questions were asked like 3 hours ago.
Yeah, on Friday.
So have that in mind.
Sure.
So Guillaume was saying, do you think easy access to digital work/skill with AI gonna make digital art less valuable and traditional more valuable? Like, oh my god, he's the last man on earth still doing real painting. Wow.
Well, I think we covered that, throughout the conversation. But once again, it's like, there has to be, if you want to make a living from making these things, if you don't want to be like the last like katana maker, in a small village in Japan, and if you don't see painting as becoming, that specific, and you still see it as something that I think goes beyond. The thing is, I've always thought painting goes beyond brushes and linen and frames and museums. I think so. I think painting was done, before any of those concepts existed. I mean, humanity had a yearning to paint before the word painting was, existed. The concept of painting existed.
But I do think that the things done manually
Yeah.
As we were saying, as in clothing, as in food, as in everything, it's gonna be more expensive
Yeah.
because of the times it takes to do them.
Right. But who's going to pay for that then?
Well, it's gonna be more of a niche audience for that,
Right.
but I think it's still gonna exist because
Right.
there's still clothing that are made like a handmade, and there's still market for that. So
Right.
that's why I think that it's not going to be extinct.
Oh
Because I
no.
think you have a different mentality with that. Because you are like, oh, like hop that train, like do it.
No, does that sound like to you? It sounds like that?
A little bit, yeah. Like you're like, if you want to survive
Yeah.
in the industry
Right.
or like working with illustration,
You're right.
you have to hop on that. And I don't think that's
I don't think no. But let me see if because I don't know if and maybe I've just kind of not
no, maybe you're just like passionate
like
about
express
today's
my
topic.
idea express my idea better. I think if you're very stubborn, I think you can choose to be stubborn. And depending on your field, that's why the examples that I've made are comic book inkers, paperback, cover painters of sci-fi and fantasy, paperbacks. That writing was on the wall. Like you could sense that the industry would change. You could sense it. You can, and it indeed changed. It changed, and it changed very quickly. But you could sense that it would change. So if you are in one of those industries that can be directly affected by these things and you don't see it coming and you're stubborn and you just don't want to pay attention to it and you just want to close your eyes and cover your ears, I think it's not in your benefit. I think it takes nothing to acknowledge something that's happening. It takes nothing. It doesn't have to. You decide what is threatening to you, but it's not. And there's nothing here that's like a cheetah coming at you that wants to eat you. Like nothing is like that.
Yeah, but exactly.
You decided. You decide if you can use this tool.
Yes.
You decide how wisely you can use this tool, how intelligently. If you can sniff that the people that you're working for are going to start wanting jobs like this, you can say, hey, I can work from this. We can work together. Like Callum this morning was saying, you know what this job is good for? And I think he's spot on. He was saying, what if art directors, instead of doing like, so you are Tom Hanks and they draw this, that's an art director. Mm-hmm. So I actually reminded Callum of something that I've spoken about these gummies that I forget. I think it was a Starburst commercial or something like that they were saying that this art director was like giving us, well, there's like a futuristic city that's made of gummies, and she would draw this. And it's like buildings made of gummies, and there's gummies everywhere. And that's the job that I would say that I've often spoken about, how it made rounds through the studio and nobody could understand what she wanted because every time we would try to do it, she would reject it. She would always reject it and send it back and send it back and send it back. And we were like, what does she want? We don't get it. We don't get it. We don't get how she, like, what the idea of this city is. Like, apparently none of us can see it because it went through the whole studio. So what if that art director could go to some AI and spend an hour searching for something that finally, she says, okay.
Like visually see what she's trying to word out. Yeah.
This is kind of what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
And she takes that image and sends it to us, who were the illustrators at that time, and says something that feels like this.
Yeah,
guess what? As an illustrator, you go like, oh, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So many days, so many hours, so much yelling.
Yeah.
So much yelling at us for not getting it. So much frustration. If you just sent something that could give us like, okay, I get it. And now the onus is on us to say, I have the necessary tools to make a good job and understand what she wanted.
Yes.
So I thought that was spot on from Callum, saying like, could you imagine if somebody could tell you this direction and they just give you that? Because all we're hearing is just saying like, oh, they're going to just make their own images, or, oh, they're going to pay nothing for this. Now it's free. And now, jobs are going to, we're going to be hemorrhaging jobs, because all we're thinking about is these things as final images, which I
Yes.
don't think they're
No,
there.
but that makes sense because I also told you when we were talking like at the beginning that I think it's going to be very helpful if you're going to do a work and something like you were saying about your conversation with Callum, because I told you there can be someone that comes and say, hey, I generated these in AI and this is something similar to what we want to do. So this is what we have in mind.
Right.
So exactly that, like using it as a starting point.
Right.
But yeah, no, I think it's very interesting, no, very necessary that you said like that you clarified that it's not like use that or nothing, because I
No.
think you're being very passionate about the topic. So every time you've been answering as like
I defend it.
exactly,
Yes.
exactly.
I think
So
it's pointless to not
yeah, yeah, yeah.
defend it.
But I think like reading the questions that people do, maybe they're reading it as if you were saying it's that or nothing.
No,
And
no,
that's why
no.
I
There's
wanted,
nothing,
but
nothing in
wait,
this
wait, wait.
world. Yeah, nothing in like a creative process, in like image making. It's like, is this or nothing? That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, even practical effects still exist. I mean, the first the first Star Wars from this new trilogy was all practical effects. They wanted to do practical effects. I mean, they did it for a super romantic reason, and they were basically doing episode 4 again. So they were like, yeah, let's evoke this, and let's make an homage to this, and it has to do that. It has to be like this. And the what was the director, the Bat Robot dude? I forget now. But yeah, that dude was like adamant about using practical effects. So no, of course, you could use practical effects. Sometimes, like even right now, that they're using the Unreal. I think it's Unreal Engine. Then that they can use. They've been using it for almost like all of the Star Wars new Disney stuff. That they're using this Unreal thing, this Unreal set, where they can like project these like images, and you can feel like you're literally in whatever planet that you want to be in. But even there, you're kind of seeing the limitations, like this, that sort of VFX is kind of, it has a stench to it too. So you can kind of tell the limits of these things, and they're making tons of these things possible. Like these series, like the Mandalorian and Boba Fett, they would have taken years and years and years to make if it wasn't for the ability to say, hey, now we have like all these effects that if used wisely, like all these tools that if used wisely, they're gonna make this so much easier, so much easier. Even like look at how advanced. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. But look at the Leia from the new trilogy, and look at the Luke from Mandalore. Well, essentially Mandalorian. Look at the difference. Look at how many years is that, and look at the enormous difference. It was enormous. It's weird, I know.
But I thought that Leia was cool at the
No,
time.
Leia was weird.
At the
Leia
time,
was
I thought it
funky.
was
No,
cool.
Leia could have.
I thought
Leia
it
looked
was
like
cool.
Gumby. I mean, it was weird. But compare Leia to the first Luke, and then compare the first Luke to the second Luke. That's enormous. Now, I always say, don't stay here. Think 10 years in the future, 15 years, 30 years into the future. Think of that. Don't be so anchored in what you're doing right now. Like your mind has to be here and now for your job, for what you're doing. Of course, that's your reality. But if you are somebody who gets excited about the future, about image making, about possibilities, about everything that should be part of art, like imagine the future. It's just so exciting. It's so exciting. So, anyways, yeah, I hope people don't confuse my excitement, which is very real. I would never apologize for my excitement, as and take that as me being defensive of a tool that should that now everyone should use. No, I do think that you should use it at least for a day.
To know if you like it or
Yes.
not. That's what I
To
was
realize like the limits. It the same way like, hey, I'm gonna use I don't know, water soluble oil colors
saying.
to
Exactly.
understand them.
It's
I'm
just
gonna use
there
gouache. I'm
for
gonna suck at
you.
gouache, but I'm
Exactly.
gonna use it.
Yeah.
What is so threatening about saying I'm gonna use this? Let me give it a fair chance. Let me use it. And like I said, I still don't think I'm not a sponsor of any of this. I'm not speaking for them. I still think what they're pricing the thing at $30 for what seemed to be unlimited but turned out to be 4 days for me. It's crap. This is crap. This is BS. This is terrible. It's horrible, horrendous. I don't care. You could tell me like, hey, do you know how much GPU service costs to maintain? It's like, oh, whatever, dude. But it's still not the price. At that price, you're never going to make a business. You're not Adobe. You're not you don't have the people that are necessary to keep you afloat by charging $30 a month or even more than that when you go over your quota and you want fast time, so they're going to charge you, I don't know, $60 a month. No, people are going to at some point people are going to be like, yeah, forget it. I'm done. Like I'm going to be done. I'm not going to use it next month. I'm fine. I'm totally fine with what I have. So but I think if it wants to be a business, not that they're ever going to pay attention to me, and all they're going to see is like their numbers. If they make money right now, which I'm probably thinking they're making a ton of money, that's great for them, and they're only going to pay attention once that money is not there consistently, month after month after month. So, but I don't see how that becomes ubiquitous. I don't. When a tool becomes so exclusive, now every artist can't use it. So if a business and the business that is built of by or depends on artists making art can't be like, hey, we want this in Midjourney or whatever AI is popular at that time. If it's super expensive, if it's like, hey, I'm sorry, but what you're going to pay me is close to what I have to pay to use this license, to license this software or this AI. So I'm sorry, but it doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, but it stops making sense there. So there's a lot of things that have to, be worked out for this to be as ubiquitous as people already think that it's going to become.
Willy Chahin dice:
Willy.
Saludos, Nico. Este tema está de locos.
Grande mi Willy. Willy is somebody that a really good friend of mine that I love. And if there's a Dave McKean fan here, is Willy. And I'm sure for Willy, it was very freaky to see how images that are like, I'm sure that that's what got Dave McKean sick. To see images that are like, holy shit, that could have been done by me and it's done by something.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I read it like that.
Yeah, I'm sure that freaked I'm sorry, but the shit out of him. That had to be so weird.
Because it's like expanding your brain in a way, or like stimulating your brain in a way it has never been stimulated. That's why I think it's mind-blowing.
And that's thinking that you can be you, your essence can be codified.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? Like, because
like, it's hard to even word out. Like, if someone, for example, asks you, Nicolas, like, describe your paintings as a whole. It's like, oh,
asshole.
So complicated.
I would be like, tone it down, dude. Don't call me that first.
But it would be so hard. And to see that a software is able to, just by typing your name, like understanding that and trying to match that with the other word you used.
Not even typing his name. Like, I typed Andrew Wyeth and anything, and it spit it out at Dave McKean. And that is very freaky. And I'm sure Dave McKean probably saw Andrew Wyeth's work, when he was younger and thought, this is amazing. In the same way that I thought that I'm sure he saw Witkin's work. They probably wouldn't be a McKean if it wasn't for Witkin. But I'm sure that he saw Witkin's work and thought, oh, this is amazing. I want to do some of this. So but it's so weird. It must feel so strange because when the first person that sent me the stuff about Midjourney, when I first knew about it, it was, I think I spoke about it. This guy sent me like a message and he was like, hey, I typed your name or like in the style of Nicolas Uribe, and these are the paintings it spit out. And the paintings look nothing like my work, nothing. And I was like laughing. I was like, LOL. And I told him, that's funny. That's kind of cute and funny and weird. But yeah, but in my mind, I was like, yeah, that looks nothing like anything that I do. And but imagine you being Dave McKean and feeling, oh my God, that looks like my work. Like
Yeah.
that could be my work. There were images that I did that I was like, are you kidding me? This is the most Dave McKean image that I've ever seen. So I don't know if they favor McKean. Maybe they put a lot of his images into this AI. Maybe it's learning a lot from McKean. I have no clue. But you can tell that this has to be freaky for him, like super freaky, because when I saw those images that, about like in the style of Nicolas Uribe, I'm like, yeah, dude, no, I can still paint better than you. Like, hey, robot, you suck. But I'm sure that it feels different when it's like Dave McKean saying like, yeah, I can contextualize an image like nicer, but that's kind of close. Like that's amazing. The feeling must be so weird. I imagine like if I was, yeah, I'll never be at that point because I'll never be Dave McKean. But if this thing, like, if I put in the style of painting in the style of Nicolas Uribe and it spit out a painting that I, in my core would think, holy shit, I could have painted that, I would not sleep for like a month. I would be thinking, what the fuck? Like, what is going on?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how does this thing learn what I do? Or how did it do something? Like, because it's not really learning about what I do. I mean, it's not like you could give the thing a paintbrush and it paints a painting. But I would be feeling like, how is that possible? Like, what does this mean? What does this mean for me? Like, that there's this information that can be put into this machine and it spits out an image, and then I go, I like it, or I see myself in there.
But
That is freaky.
you know what's cool? When you were saying it's not like you're painting it or whatever. BD Unico, when we were talking about the Rembrandt reproduction,
Yeah.
was saying not printing, but a robot using a brush would be nice.
There was one. I saw it in Instagram the other day. It's this woman that programs AI for robots, and it's like these Boston robotic. I forget what they're called. They're these like dog-like robots that can stand on two legs, but they look like dogs or something. And the thing was painting, and it was doing like this really cool painting.
And the weird thing is that when you see a figure that you recognize as something,
Yeah.
like as a living thing, I think that's when you would start to engage more with that. Like try to think about a super cool robot with a cute shape.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you were saying a dog. So imagine a dog painting super cool paintings.
Oh, people would love
Think
that.
about the engagement that would get.
That account on TikTok would explode.
Exactly. So let's see. Robin was saying hello
Half
everyone.
of my
Hey
roast.
Robin. Marcelo Peralta and Javier were saying hi Danny and Nicolas.
So this is like 2.5 hours ago, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Elaine was also saying 2.5
Hey,
hours
Elaine.
ago. I have been trying out Night Cafe, and there are definitely limitations to what you ask for. I tried both complex strings and literally one, and it generated a very contorted H.R. Geiger type work.
Oh, yeah.
But it is really good for image manipulation. So if you want to manipulate an overlay on top of an existing image, then Night Cafe is good. Thought I would just share Night Cafe experience in case people are trying different ones.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Elaine.
País Llanero
País llanero.
Was saying, I finally sent the pic for the portrait. Sorry I was so late. So I'm gonna add it to the folder.
Oh,
Of
please.
the rewards.
Yes.
País llanero. Tardándose.
Por favor. Pero gracias,
Es molestando.
Jair.
País. José Manuel Oviedo Cruz was saying, when you were saying that we were going to share some images that were not yours,
Yeah.
that you didn't generate it.
Yeah.
Jose Manuel was saying, that's why if you pay, you can have your own private channel so nobody sees what you do and take it out. Haha.
But that's true, but not really true. You can go to if you go to midjourney.com, every single user gallery is available to you. What you don't get is images in the highest resolution. You get like the first upscaling of those images. You probably don't have access to like the higher res, but you get access to every single person that's doing images, and you can access the prompts. You can see where it comes from. I mean, all of that info is right there. So in theory, I think they're doing something cool. They could have made a lot of these things more exclusive, feel more exclusive, but I think the way they're doing it is kind of really interesting because they're saying like this comes from a hive mind and we're going to keep it in the hive. Like this is like collectively we are making pictures, like, and there's something super exciting about that. The fact that the ownership, the authorship, your role in all of this is really being questioned. I think that those are the interesting things. Like that's why I'm so excited about this, because it just opens the door for like super cool conversations, and conversations that don't really even have to do with those images, just with the practice, what it means for practice of image making. So I don't know. That's what it gets like my juices flowing, and that's where I'm excited. Like I know that if I had like painting class in school, like if I was either teaching, painting class, or if I was attending right now my painting class in SVA, I would sit down and we would probably have a conversation that would be super cool, and people getting angry and people like, getting pissed off and people getting excited. And I would still be up for like a beer after class and say, hey, do you want to grab a beer? And we would probably still talk about this stuff. That's what art should do. I always feel like that's art should like spur all these emotions.
I love that you said beer.
Oh, I would have.
We haven't had.
Oh no,
a beer.
That's why I was transporting
in
myself
ages.
to 20 years ago.
Guy P was saying you can pay to have your images private.
More than what I paid? I paid $30 and they're right there.
Leslie Cavazos Garduño.
Gavazos Garduño.
This question was just asked.
Okay, so recent.
So Leslie was saying, hello, chicos.
Hello,
we keeping
Leslie.
the math equations from the background? Asking for a friend.
Oh, Christ. Fer feels like, are you kidding me? This is what my dad thinks about.
That looks like the equation meme.
Yeah.
The meme lady.
Oh, but Fer gave up.
Yeah.
Very much in Fer's character. It's like, too difficult.
Yeah, like everything happening and she's
like,
nah, I'm not engaging on that.
Too difficult.
Nope.
Yes. No, but Fer, try it. Just give it a shot. No. I already decided.
I already
it's
said
too
no,
difficult.
Dad.
Yeah, I already decided. It's way too complicated for me. Way too difficult. Just give me the answer so we can put it in the book.
Let's see. Agustín Torri dice, hola chicos, no saben lo lindo que es poder volver a escucharlos. Estuve muy complicado en seguirlos en vivo estas últimas semanas.
¿Qué
¿Cómo
pasó,
están por
Agustín?
allí? Por aquí a full pintando, dice
Qué
Agustín.
bueno.
Y dice, se me ocurren, en cuanto a lo que dice Nicolás, me imagino en un futuro, gente que se especialice para entender el lenguaje de AI, para crear imágenes que se demanden un futuro posible, jaja.
Claro, habrá gente que va a saber utilizar esta herramienta de una manera súper sabia y habrá gente que la usa horrible. Es que es lo que decía, o sea, Photoshop, perdón.
Sí, y por eso yo ponía, de nuevo, lo dije en inglés, pero ese ejemplo es muy cierto. O sea, aplicaciones para editar existen, que digamos no es Photoshop. Y si alguien dice, ay, voy a hacer una marca de, no sé, algo que tenga acá al frente, audífonos. No, eso se necesitaría mucha plata. Voy a hacer una marca de café
Ujú,
o voy a
también
vender
tienes que tener
cupcakes.
cultivo.
No importa, voy a vender estos cupcakes.
Ajá.
Solo sé hacer de este sabor, pero los quiero vender y quiero ponerles un sticker
Ujú,
con mi marca.
ujú.
Pues esa persona, si está diciendo, estoy empezando y tengo como un budget chiquito, pues no va a decir, bueno, dentro del budget tengo que pensar en pagarle 1 millón de pesos a alguien para que me haga la creación de la imagen. Obviamente no, yo creo que esa persona se mete, busca en fuentes gratis.
Logo de cupcakes que
Logo,
nunca antes se haya
sí,
hecho y que es
logo
increíble.
cupcakes, no copyright.
Sí, logo de cupcakes
Sí,
increíble,
o,
súper tierno,
o
pero
PNG,
juvenil.
PNG cupcake.
Sí.
Baja el PNG del cupcake y luego le dice a la hermana, ay, búscame esa letra bonita que tú usaste para ese ensayo, listo, con esa vamos a escribir Danny's Cupcakes y ya, y lo imprime y ya. Y lo mismo, o sea, es utilizando las herramientas que tiene. Entonces,
Claro.
eso también lo pueden hacer con Photoshop, o sea, lo que tú decías de trabajos horribles en Photoshop, hasta de pronto la cosa del cupcake no le queda fea, pero
No,
pues
pues
está utilizando una herramienta que en manos de una persona que se empieza a especializar en eso, pues puede hacer cosas completamente distintas a lo que haría alguien.
un ejemplo local, para no ir más lejos. Ayer el presidente sacó una imagen de él en Caño Cristales, como él sonriendo con su banda
Nicolás.
presidencial, enfrente de Caño Cristales con un cielo azul, todo súper saturado. O sea, Petro hubiera podido salir en Encanto, en la película Encanto de Disney. eh, y la gente se volvió loca diciendo, no, ¿qué es ese trabajo de Photoshop tan asqueroso? ¿Cómo le pagan a alguien? Usted es el presidente, ¿cómo va a hacer eso? ¿Qué cosa tan horrible? O sea, todavía es- Photoshop tiene 25 años por ahí
Ujú.
y es un software que hay gente que lo usa magistralmente, o
Sí.
sea, hay gente que es una bárbara, así como hay gente que la ponen a retocar una foto y es como la señora que pintó al Cristo Sonic
Sí.
the Hedgehog en España. Entonces,
Se llama Beast Jesus,
sí,
Nicolás.
entonces, no, entonces, pues, todas esas cosas existen en un universo, todas esas cosas. Va a haber gente que con una herramienta, pues no tiene idea qué es lo que está haciendo, pero la herramienta en sí tiene una interfaz que es muy fácil de utilizar, entonces invita a que cualquiera la pueda usar y pues cualquiera entonces puede cometer unas barbaridades con eso.
Pues, y también, de nuevo, termina siendo muy complicado porque es que uno acá puede estar diciendo, no, esa imagen en Caño Cristal es fatal.
Hay gente que le
Y hay gente que es como,
fascinó.
esto está
Hay gente
increíble.
que se le hizo divino que
Por
haya un
eso,
presidente
por eso, es que por eso.
que quiere como primera imagen, como presidente, mostrarse en uno de los sitios más emblemáticos de
Exacto.
Colombia con unos colores súper saturados,
Y que
como,
si entonces lo que hicieron fue poner un green screen atrás y hacer el montaje, y eso era lo que él quería, pues a los ojos de él, él dice, eso es lo que quería,
no, pues
punto.
es que si uno va a
Y
Caño
de
Cristales y
nuevo,
ese día llueve, pues uno, ¿qué hace?
pues
Y si ese
además
día
es
sale
que, no,
gris,
porque es que además estaría en Caño Cristales en vestido de baño. Y yo pues no creo que él quiera, o
no, no, no.
estaría en Caño Cristales en...
No, pero uno puede irse en un vestido, o sea, uno por una foto, la foto después queda, el pantalón queda vuelto nada, uno queda empapado hasta
Pero
nada,
no, o
pero
sea,
puede salir una
obviamente,
foto espectacular, pero no importa, o sea, es que esa foto no era una foto, es una imagen
sí,
acerca de lo que le importa a
sí, pero
él.
bueno, a lo que yo estaba tratando de llegar con eso es que, de nuevo, estamos como hablando de como cuestiones de cuando la gente empieza a decir, esto es arte, esto no es arte,
Ah,
y pues
imposible.
termina siendo muy difícil. Y eso vuelve y recae en lo de inteligencia artificial.
Sí, porque esa conversación la puede tener uno acerca de cualquier cosa.
Mm,
Cualquier cosa es fea, cualquier cosa es chévere, cualquier cosa es una herramienta con la que pues, se pueden hacer cosas chéveres, cualquier cosa es una herramienta con la que se pueden hacer cosas horribles. Eso no es, digamos, exclusivo a una nueva herramienta que acaba de aparecer.
sí. Bueno, país llanero. was saying, LOL, I heard 4 paintings a year, and I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. And then Nico goes, oh no, that's very low. Ha 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 ha. And then emoji of a heart with a curita.
Well,
With a
bandage.
Bandage. No, but that's a bandage, not a band-aid. So yeah, bandage.
Yeah, Band-Aid is a product. So, 4 painting a year, if you can get paid enough to do 4 paintings a year, then by God, paint 4 paintings a year.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
I think your example was more for people that just live of that income of painting.
I mean, if you told me, we're going to pay you the money that you need and only do 1 painting a year, do you not think that I would love that? I mean, I'd be horrified at thinking, like, what does that mean doing a painting a year? Like, I would be, can I paint something small or do I have to paint something enormous? That would fry my brain, also trying to figure out what the hell does a painting a year mean? Like, is it 100 figures in a painting? Can it be 1 figure in a painting? Does it have to be an enormous space depicted in a painting? Does it have to have like tons of information? Can be simple? I don't even know what that means. I mean, trying to define a painting a year feels so difficult. Or can I just go out and paint at 5 o'clock, outside, our apartment, and look out and say, I'm going to paint that. Every day I'm going to come out at 5 o'clock and I'm going to paint a little bit. Every day, 5 o'clock, paint a little bit. Every day, 5 o'clock, paint a little bit. Like, is that what that means? But painting 1 painting a year for a painter means that you're going to make a living off of that 1 painting a year. So what is that? Is somebody out there going to be willing to pay you the money that you need for a year for 1 painting? How many people are out there that would be willing to pay you the money that you need to live for a year to do 1 painting? That's also part of the equation.
Marcelo Peralta said, Donald Glover chose the name Childish Gambino using a Wu-Tang name generator online randomly.
And amazing.
Again, I mean, tools.
Yeah.
Just the use of tools.
And sometimes, Donald Glover's a genius and, probably spit out thousands of things that were garbage. And he was, he spotted the one that was gold. And that was good.
Gaby Pérez dice, hola a los dos. Y
Hello, Gabrielita.
Después decía, no es sino que yo prenda un live stream de ustedes para que Chris me necesite con urgencia y me pierda la mitad. Y una carita feliz llorando.
Ay, Cristian.
Sí, Cristian tiene celos de Our Painted
Celos,
Lives.
malditos celos.
Gaby, ¿cómo sigue el pelo? Por ahí vi.
¿Cómo sigue esa mini tragedy?
No, el corte le quedó muy bonito.
Muy lindo, el pelo cortico.
Pero
los colores apenas salió, muy bien.
Cuando subió la parte de atrás, yo decía, ay, Gaby.
Un penacho.
El mundo de Gaby. A ver. George Jiménez dice, este fin de semana empezaron la beta inicial de Stable Diffusion, otra AI para creación de imágenes. Personalmente los resultados me atraen más que Midjourney. También la probé con Andrew Wyeth.
¿Cómo se llama, George?
Ya, Nicolás, ya va a anotar.
No, pues claro.
Stable Diffusion. Si quieres te lo abro en un tab.
Diffusion, sí.
Pensé que ya ibas a escribirle.
Sí,
ahí
porque
en el
además necesitamos competencia para que esos precios bajen.
A ver. Dice... bueno, y George Jiménez, hablando de la de Stable Diffusion, dice, subí algunos al grupo de OPL en Discord, en la sección de Inspiring Art, por si quieren verlas.
Gracias, George, los voy a chequear ahorita.
Wow. So, when you were talking about the annual income in the US,
yes, please.
Glitch was saying 30,000 a year is poor in the USA. The average is 40,000 to 60,000, and that is middle class. And Briley Moreno said, I've also heard that over 100,000 30,000 a year is now considered baseline for middle class.
Yeah, but 30 grand a year is based on $15 an hour for minimum wage,
Yeah.
which is double what it is still in many states,
Which is
750.
exactly, yeah.
So if you're saying those things, just put that into perspective.
So mmborg00, so Monique, was saying, great discussion. Thank you for your transparency, and a heart emoji. Elisios was saying, wasn't the Instagram audience very helpful with the Kickstarters you did? I think it translates easier to money if we're talking about prints, etc.
Right, but it's not a one-to-one thing. When people usually say, all you need is an audience, all you need is X number of followers, and it's almost like lay back and, the money's just going to start flowing in.
And it's not like open an account.
Yeah, dude, it's not.
Yeah,
and what you're saying, yeah, it's good for a book, but guess what? You need to do a book. And you need to have like the stuff inside a book that people are going to like. So people are going to be willing to pay for a book. So
and also people were very attracted to it, I would say, because we were working for 2 years, like uploading 5 videos every week nonstop with different paintings. So they knew what the content of the book was going to be about.
Yeah, and they see you giving back, like answering back to your community. Like if you just do stuff but you don't really answer to your community with time or with work, dedication, if you take your community for granted, then those numbers don't mean anything either. So I don't think it's as easy as just a X number of followers means successful. That's not quite true.
Omar Glitch was saying, is there any way to get your book? I just look at the Kickstarter. Your website looks great. You've sold a lot of paintings. Awesome.
Thank you.
So Omar, the thing is that with the book, we did it as a Kickstarter because we live in Bogota, Colombia. So we needed to know the exact amount that we were gonna produce, because we're gonna print that here, ship it to the US, and then do the shipping, like ship the containers to the US and then ship it, Nicolas and I, all the books by ourselves. So it would be very complicated for us to do a reprint. So no, unfortunately,
or a bigger edition.
Exactly. Or to have like spare books to sell. So unfortunately, we are gonna print according to the number of the Kickstarter.
Yes.
So let's go back to, where was I? Wow, there's like a ton of comments we haven't read.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Douglas,
a cool conversation. I hope people have found it like to be a cool. It's a conversation worth engaging in, I feel.
And I think well, in this case we were having more of a conversation like back and forth between both of us.
Yeah.
But I think that's also very interesting to have in the live streams, when we could have, I mean, I'm not going to say it's going to happen always, because I also love to interact with like the comments of the people, but I think it's cool when we have a set topic.
Yes.
And we can start like talking around that topic and around and around and around. And in this case, that meant that we were talking for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Without stop. And I think that's also cool.
It's quite a lot. When you put it like that, it's quite a bit.
Well, but you and I
mean, that's par for course for us, but subjecting people to this.
But I think I hope they are enjoying it. Gone? No. Yeah. Douglas Gregory was saying, Oliver sells his covers, by the way, 15K to 30K.
I know.
Pages, by the way, 500 to 6,000 roughly.
I know, but I can, like, it's not it's not, and he's tremendous. So I'm a huge fan of him. But me being a huge fan of him also means that when I look at his work, I see that I can't buy it. I can't. Like, if you tell me there's a cover for 15,000, like there's no statue that is worth that in my collection. None of, like, the whole collection is not even close to that value. So, for me, it's it's still something that is beyond my reach. So that's when I realize, okay, who has $15,000 to spare for a comic book cover that is worth it, right? That's 100% worth it. We're not speaking about the worth. That is 100,000% worth it. But my point in all of this is like, sure, if you want somebody that has $15,000 to spare, that means they're making a lot of money, every year. That means that if we want to be those artists that work slow, we are going to need a lot of the people that are willing to pay $15,000 for a cover every time, every single time. So, it's almost like the world needs those two people. The people that keep going with the rhythm of the world, the really fast rhythm where there's like huge businesses that are merging, and they're merging into bigger and bigger and bigger, conglomerates, and they're making like, billions and billions and billions of dollars every year, so that they can have, employees that make a ton of money, so that those employees hopefully are comic book fans, and hopefully within those comic book fans there's one that's like an Olivier fan and says, oh yeah, instead of buying, like, I don't know what's $15,000, whatever, but instead of like doing whatever with these $15,000, I'm going to buy this cover. So,
and Douglas was also saying the original art market in comics is booming. I'm sorry. When I was a teen, Mignola original Hellboy pages sold for $85.
Yeah, stop.
Now
Don't
they
even.
go for 5,000 to 10,000. So the market for originals has skyrocketed. But I also think that, yes, but again, we're talking about Mignola.
Yeah.
And we're talking about something that got very famous, and like it got a lot of relevance, so that's why it's worth that.
And if I can say something, Danny, yes, the comic book industry, and yes, like video games, and yes, sneakers, but if I could say, it's yes to anything that potentially is worth a lot more money than the one you invest. A lot of people that used to invest in, whatever, real estate or Wall Street, they are now kind of liking this idea that you could buy something, or like you could have bought something 10 years ago and like tripled, quadrupled, or 10 times, tenfold the price of whatever you paid, because, maybe they are more conservative with the, with their investment, and they can be like, hey, I thought of investing this money in, whatever, I don't know, whatever you wanted to buy. If you wanted to buy whatever, more conservative stock, or if you wanted CDs in your bank or whatever, those people that are a little more conservative, they look at these things and they say, hey, that's actually more money than I would get in my more conservative options. Why don't I try it? Why don't I buy this, these statues or these Mignola covers, and maybe I just keep them for 5 years. And I kind of think that in 5 years, I'm going to be able to sell them for a profit that's far superior than anything that the bank would have ever produced for me. So there's a lot more people that are willing to contemplate investing money like that. And it's not because of comic books. I mean, certainly comic books have become far more ubiquitous in the sense that the Marvel Cinematic Universe kind of showed people that these characters are cool. So it made way more, way more people interested in the origins of these characters, and maybe, among those people there were collectors, and maybe some people were like, hey, I can buy, this, I don't know, this action comics, where Superman is, I've been wanting to invest this $1 million, but I could buy that comic book, and that's pretty amazing. I think that it has opened up like that. But I would say, yes, it is comic books, but it's also that people nowadays are willing to put their money anywhere that it feels like their money is going to be, just growing and growing and growing, as ridiculous as the things may be. So it could be like I don't know, like a Super Mario cartridge, or it could be a monkey avatar. And people are willing to do that nowadays. So
And Doug was also saying, I hope more of that money goes to the artist in the future. Some of my magic originals that I sold for 500 are now trading around 90,000.
what?
So the market is there.
Woof.
But again, I think that also goes hand in hand with time. Because
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to say with Mignolas.
Yes.
Because it's harder to come around that originals. And that's why at the time, I mean, they were like freshly done. So they were sold for 85. But now they're so hard to get that the price just increases.
And it's like everything. I'm sure that, with hindsight, it's a lot easier to say, oh, I should have kept that, or oh, I should have done this, or
Yeah.
but that's not, that's not how investing works. So
Yeah. Marcelo Peralta was saying Meta Barons was tough. I
yeah,
wanted to cry when I saw the pages he did finished.
I know. And I'm sure you wanted to cry when you saw that, it wasn't the whole thing. So
And Marcelo
mhm.
was also saying, I always heard from a professor, quote, tools are not neutral. A tool can entirely reshape or end a profession. And Marcelo said, we would talk about it in the context of architecture and
Yeah.
how drawing on a computer changed how people solve a building. There is without a doubt a lot of gain, but it's inevitable that there are losses too, and we have to be mindful of those as well.
I think I agree with that. But again, Marcelo, how is that any different from any moment in time?
Yeah.
From any other moment in time where a new thing
Like
was
new
introduced?
technologies and in everything. I
In
mean,
everything. Industrial Revolution.
Yeah.
I mean, how is that any different from any moment in human development history? It's not. It really isn't.
Agustín Torri dice, Dani y Nico, ¿cómo se llama la aplicación que usaron para hacer las imágenes en el live anterior? Gracias.
Se llama Mid Journey.
Ujú.
Mid
Pues sí,
Journey.
las hizo Nicolás. Yo, la verdad, no he hecho nada.
No,
Solo le pedí que hiciera un Hellboy Bob Esponja.
sí.
Y esas deben estar por ahí. Se han pasado por ahí entre...
Y quedó como un
entre lo
Homero
que he mostrado.
Simpson.
Sí, es como un Homero. El rojo,
Como ese episodio.
este sí. Pero hay uno donde abajo sale como un Bob, como
¿Tú te acuerdas de ese
como
episodio?
Bob calcinado.
El primer episodio que hicieron de los Simpsons, donde Homero se fue como a un mundo de 3D.
Que además él es como... O sea, es otro Homero. Uno lo ve y es como...
¿Tú sabes que yo me vi ese episodio cuando salió en Estados Unidos?
¿Sí?
En vivo.
¿Eso cuándo salió?
Mira a ver, The First Simpson Episode 3D. Es que si no estoy mal, ese fue un especial de Halloween que hicieron.
Ah, pero primero 3D.
Sí. Es la primera vez, y yo no sé si es el único episodio que han hecho en 3D.
Three House of Horror. Sí, pero ese sí es este.
¿Y qué año es?
Sí, espérate. Dice que no, esto no es. Es que noviembre de 2020, no es.
No. No es. ¿No te acuerdas? Él cae como en una caneca. Yo lo tengo que volver a ver. Seguramente hoy en día el 3D es como, bueno.
Este.
Sí.
Ay,
ahí lo estoy viendo y
sí.
está fatal.
Sí, es este.
Pero yo me acuerdo cuando lo hicieron y fue como, ¿what? ¿Qué es esto? Era increíble.
Creo que, no estoy segura porque está rara esta página, pero dice en el 95.
Puede ser, yo pensé que era después.
A ver,
Pensé que era más como hacia el 99 o
¿cómo se
algo así.
llama? Three House of Horror 6 se llama el capítulo.
Sí, es que yo me acuerdo que fue de los especiales de Halloween. Es que yo antes veía muchos Simpsons.
A mí, yo lo amaba. Yo lo veía mucho. Lo veía con mi tío. Eh, Uy, fue por acá. Se me cayó.
Pilas, que ese vocabulario.
Ay, sobre todo, yo soy
Nos
la
van a,
persona
nos van a,
menos grosera, Nicolás.
nos van a bloquear
Sí,
el esto.
octubre 29 del 95.
No, qué curioso. Pensé que era mucho más tarde. Increíble. Ese episodio es increíble. O sea, es increíble cómo me hizo sentir. Pero pues creo que ahora es como ver Toy Story
Pero
1.
creí que estabas hablando del primer episodio.
¿De los Simpsons?
Sí, porque es que
Ah,
yo creo,
no.
mira, es que este
Es
Homero,
espectacular, claro. El que
ese
hizo Matt
Homero,
Groening.
por eso, pero ese Homero
Sí.
se parece a al que salió.
Bueno, no, no tanto.
Ay, un poquito, claro que sí. A mí sí me
Ese
parece.
era. Tú sabes que ellos eran cortos que salían en un show como de comedia.
No,
Sí, de Tracy Ullman, creo que era.
yo solo me acuerdo cuando vi eso, o sea, cuando vi que esos eran los primeros como diseños de personaje.
Espectacular. Sí, eran
O sea,
súper como animalísticos, como no,
sí, sí,
no sé,
sí.
eran todos como wobbly, como uf.
Sí, Lisa y Maggie eran como,
Sí, hoy serían como de Adult Swim, esos como modelos.
sí, a ver, eh, Ariel Sternberg
Ujú.
dice, todas las obras de AI que estoy viendo parecen cuadros de Beksinski.
Sí, mucho, mucho de Giger, mucho de él, mucho Dave McKean.
Omer Glitch was saying Photoshop was invented in 1987.
I
It's
know,
35 years old. That's crazy how old it is.
I know, but when
And
it
oh, I'm
started to
sorry. And
become,
they were saying it's just a new media. Traditional art will never die. So
but I don't think, like, I mean, I can't see something that something like what the idea that Photoshop, what it means. I don't see how we could say, oh, that's gonna die. Maybe it gets resignified, and maybe it's not called Photoshop. But the way Photoshop like changed everything with like the layering of images and how accessible it was to edit an image or to add or subtract or to layer or it's fascinating and I think that that's what Photoshop means. I don't care, like I have no investment in Adobe. I don't care if like suddenly it's like, oh, goodbye Photoshop, because the only reason we would say goodbye it's because it's kind of been now replaced by something that is far more accessible and it's far more powerful and it's doing 1,000 things that Photoshop can't do. And I'm sure the day will come when that happens, but I don't think that then it will die as, I mean, it'll die as a software that was being used by the idea of how it's used. I think, for example, collage meant something at the beginning of the 20th century. And the idea of collage, I think, means something something different post Photoshop. It obviously still means like you could still take some glue stick and cut paper with scissors, and that's a collage. But I think it broadened the definition of collage. It really did. So that's what I mean by things being a little bit larger than what they are. I think painting, I can foresee a future. I don't know when, but I could foresee a future when we don't paint with paints, with like pigment and oil, pigment and binder, and whatever that binder is. Maybe we'll replace oil, and maybe we replace it with some synthetic, thing that we can't even begin to comprehend that makes everything easier. Cleaning, it's not toxic, colors are brighter, you get like a bigger array of colors. Like, who would be opposed to that?
and that has happened a ton of times. I mean, when we've been talking about lapis lazuli
Yeah,
and
yeah.
how it was like very unique to have or very expensive to have blue in your paintings.
Yeah.
And now it's not.
Yeah, I don't see people pissed off that we're not using like a semi-precious stone for our blue anymore.
Yeah, and that we just reserve parts of our paintings to use that blue to talk about power and
I don't see people like, oh, it should have been like before. I don't see many people lead priming canvases and waiting 6 months for that damn thing to dry. And it doesn't matter. I think at some point it will change, and it's okay. Why are people so bent over? Like it's so weird to hear people. No, it can't change. Can't ever change. Painting has to be oil, has to be brushes, it has to be linen, it has to be Domar varnish, it has to have a golden frame, and it has to be in a museum. Why? Painting is bigger. The idea of painting is bigger than that. And we should honor like a bigger idea of painting. Like the what are they called? The Pompeii portraits, not even the Pompeii portraits. The ones that were done in on sarcophagi that were wax portraits. The Fayum portraits. So Fayum portraits had like a completely different context than anything that we paint nowadays. Anything. Completely different. The notion of painting was completely different. 100% different. And it was painting. Or when people were painting in a cave or painting/drawing, whatever you want to call it, it was pigment and water and binder, and it was a substrate that happened to be a stone, and it was put on a wall to be socialized, to be learned from, to be spoken about, to be to talk around, to show people, hey, there's buffalo in this area, or these are like the bison is here, or the antelope is here, or whatever. They weren't painting thinking of brushes, and they weren't painting thinking, someday somebody in the Renaissance is going to paint with egg yolk. No, that doesn't happen. That's not how it works. But the idea of painting, the urge to paint existed. And that's what's going to remain. It doesn't matter where you do it, what tools you do it with. It doesn't matter. Like, none of that matters. We're not, why? Because they can take all of that away from us. And the urge to understand painting, the urge to define painting, the urge to do painting, to say through painting will still be there. The urge to draw will still be there. Take every single pencil away from us, every single bit of paper. Are we not drawing anymore? Do we not draw? Like, would we not pick up a stone and start drawing in a sidewalk, like on a sidewalk? It doesn't, like, things are not bound by the things we think they are kind of like subjected to. It's much bigger. Concepts are so much larger than that. Those are the ones that survive, not the tool. We can still paint, and if there's no brush in this world ever again, we can still paint.
Kijari
Yeah.
was saying, this is so interesting. We're having the same discussion with my colleagues who are illustrators.
Awesome. Yeah, I think it's something to be talked about. I think it is. Healthy also.
Marcelo Peralta said, my optimistic view on AI art. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What possibilities does it bring that are only possible through the use of AI art?
Yeah.
Let's not think about the art market, but the art field. Imagine the impact of this in labor-intensive work, such as animation.
Well, AI. I mean, there's AI now that you can do like keyframes, and the AI can fill in all the other like in betweens. So keyframe, and AI does all the in between work. An in betweener is the worst job in animation, in traditional animation. Keyframe's awesome. Like Chuck Jones. Yeah, sorry. Chuck Jones would do, keyframes. That's where the action, like peaks of action, take place. To have to draw everything that between those keyframes is hell. absolute hell. Absolute hell.
Now I'm imagining Chuck Close.
Animating?
That, yeah.
Yeah, that's, I don't know what that looks like. Not as good as Chuck Jones, I would say.
Well, different.
Not as good.
Different.
You know what? I'm going to say Chuck Jones. Chuck Jones? Better than Chuck Close. I said it. Sorry.
With who? With
I
Chuck
think he
Close?
has a bigger popular impact for sure. I mean, Chuck Jones is Bugs Bunny, his Coyote, his Wile E. Coyote, amazing. His Daffy, amazing. His Tom and Jerry, when he was in Tom and Jerry, incredible. So, I don't know. I think he's a legend. Way better than Chuck Close, I'm going to say. Long live.
Let's see. Jersey Kerta with Jaja
Okay.
was saying, "Hi guys, love your work."
Oh, thank you.
Hey Jersey, happy to have you here.
Jersey like in Jersey? Like in my Jersey?
Pues Jersey.
Oh.
Jersey, no?
Yeah.
Let's see. Ruben Mejido Sanchez was saying AI could be a bit dangerous for artists as it will be too tempting to rely on it to generate ideas instead of using your own imagination. But to that I would say, because I think this is an example that my grandparent always said to me.
Yeah.
And it was how we nowadays don't use our memory, as he did, for example. Because he was like, now you have all the numbers of the phones you want to call.
Yeah.
Just typed on your phone.
Right.
So it's just something you don't think of memorizing. Maybe you know 2 or 3 phone numbers.
I don't know your phone number.
I know yours.
Yeah, I know you're amazing, but I don't know for the life of me.
Yeah. But I mean,
I don't know your phone number.
But that happens, and it's not like I'm offended because of that, because you have my phone number there.
Yeah, but
I think that's
your grandfather's right. My sister Kata used to know 1,000 phone numbers.
Yeah.
Or it's like driving. Like I can drive now and have a sense of where to go when I'm driving. People that are learning now how to drive through Google Maps.
Oh, they have no idea.
They have no idea. They don't even look at the street. They don't even like, where area am I in? No, it's just telling me to go right. It's just telling me to do this. So, yeah, I had a far better notion of where I was. I think I have a far better notion of where I am because of the way I had to drive. Like, they would give you an address and you would be like, where the hell is that?
Yeah.
And you would just have to instinctually kind of get there and they go like, oh, okay, you have to go like way more down, like we say here in Bogota. But yeah, so that does, it's totally true.
I remember it was very cool because I asked my granddad, because he has always had a very good memory. And I was like, how do you do that? And he was like, well, I was raised having to remember a lot of things and having to like really use that, I would call it like real estate of my brain.
Yeah.
As memory.
Yeah.
And now those are things that we just don't think about.
Yeah, you're right. So, I still remember my locker combination from high school. The lock combination.
Oh, I still remember the phone number. I've told you the number of my, when I was maybe in 1st grade.
Yeah.
I had a best friend. Her name was Ana Belén.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember her phone number because I used to call her every day when I arrived to my house. And I could still call that number. So,
yeah, but you have a particularly good memory when it comes to sort of things. So those sort of things, I feel.
And terrible memory with a ton of things.
Anything art related. You're like,
no, and anything.
Oh, like I love room brand.
Period. Rembrandt? What's that? Ay, espérate que me está ahorita me está llamando mi hermana. I'm sorry, everyone. No, but I was gonna say, I mean, I have terrible memory with some things,
Yeah.
and I think that nowadays we don't exercise our memory
Differently, I would say.
in the way it was exercised some years ago. And I
Yeah.
don't think that's bad or good. It's
It is
just
what it is.
different.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I in art in when I studied, like you could never get away with saying to your teacher, I know the paintings, but I don't remember the names of the painters. Like people would be like, what the hell is wrong? Like, what? It's your job to learn the names of the artist. Like, what are you talking about? But it's the one thing I, heard the most in 12 years teaching, here when I would show painters, and it's like I've showed this. I would reference painters that I had already showed them, and I would be like, "You guys, do you guys remember X, Y, or Z's work?" And they'd be like, "No, not really." And I'd be like, "I showed it to you like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. What do you guys mean?" And it's like we're really bad with names. We don't do names. We don't do it. Like if we remember somebody, it's because we favorited it and put it in a folder in our computer. Like we remember the image for sure. Like that image is going to be in our computer in a folder, but don't ask us to remember the name. That was very true for 12 years, here.
Let's see.
So I don't think today, because what we've usually done is to give it one coat of, I'm going to do that, but off camera.
Yeah.
Like we can stop recording and
streaming.
Yeah, because we're not recording. I still say filming. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I hope that I don't say that live.
Oh, I mean.
Yeah, filming. Please take the film. Stop filming.
Yeah. No,
yeah, I still say that. Yeah.
Well, I say plasma TV.
Yeah, the phone is ringing.
Well, the phone is ringing.
Well, it makes a ringing sound, but I think that comes from,
How do you say it then?
I don't know.
No, the phone's ringing.
Yeah?
Of course, yeah. Well, again, it's the plasma TV girl talking, so I don't know if you should trust me, but let's see. So, Jersey, Kerta with Jaja was saying, I feel like art in the future will be like woodworking now. People do it for fun and make good products for themselves, but commercially, automation will take over.
Well, I mean, there's a ton of amazing sculptors that are woodworkers, and there's still amazing woodworkers that are doing great furniture or great.
But again, I think it hits a different market, because if you want to buy, I don't know, a console for your TV,
You
a TV
buy
console.
IKEA.
Exactly. You can go to IKEA and it's going to be cheaper.
Yeah.
Or you can go and buy it in. So there's different routes. So you can go to an antique shop and you can buy one made in 1920s, which is going to be crazy expensive. Or you can have a woodworker nowadays do it as you want to, and it's also going to be expensive. So it's not that it's something that does not exist.
Right.
But it's, as the market diversifies, it's just an option. So you as a consumer, and I think as a consumer, consumer.
No, as you can say it, we've established, Danny, you can say things however the hell you want.
You as a consumer.
No, just stick with consumer.
As a consumer.
I like that. Stick with that.
You could choose. And you can choose because you can't afford something, or because maybe you can afford it but you don't care about that, or maybe because you can't afford it but you like the IKEA
Yeah.
furniture. Or maybe you say, no, I mean, it's very hard for me, but I'm going to save this money so I can buy this specific TV console that I want.
Right.
So
And
it's,
all of them are
again,
okay,
it's
I
just
feel.
options, and you get to choose whatever you want. So, mm, I don't know why I said consumer.
I think you should all from now on you should always say
No,
consumer.
I don't know why I'm being more and more Gloria Pritchard with time. I think I had a solid
Like 2
English
days? Oh.
some years ago. Now, not that much.
I mean, but I met you in the not that much era, so to
I
me it's
know.
fine.
No. And don't say that because I remember you said that I had good English.
I don't think you need me to say that you have
again,
good
I
English.
think
I
I have
think
good English.
you have
So,
heard from a lot of people that don't complain about your English. So,
that don't complain?
well, they don't complain and they compliment you.
Why would they complain if it's my English?
Why would they complain if I'm saying that they don't complain?
No, because you said they don't complain. No one
Right.
should complain of someone else's.
That's their problem, not ours.
No, no one should complain because it's not there. I mean, it's not them who are speaking another language. But yeah. Old Raymond was saying, do you think the work of a concept artist loses its value with the advent of such programs?
No. No, why would it? Like, I don't see how a program still can meet every single one of the requirements that is needed when people are doing concept work. I still don't see it. I mean, look at any Craig Mullins image and look at the complexity of this. I mean, the so many things that he has to deal with when he is painting one of those things. Design work, light. It doesn't. This program, like I said, when it does a faux 3D model, when it's trying to understand like 4K, 8K resolution, like ultra high quality, realistic, what it understands is like this weird definition of a very narrow depth of field and bokeh. That's what it pushes. It pushes like edges, but that's all it does to give you the sense of like three dimensionality. But I mean, and sometimes it does freak me out that it knows where shadows should be, but it knows where shadows should be only because it's probably seen, thousands, tens upon thousands of images where a thing is modeled in a very particular way and it has light coming from a particular direction. So it knows it's going to be light above and then it has shadows projecting below. That kind of freaks me out. But it doesn't seem to know what, for example, ray tracing is. It knows what an image that is ray traced looks like, but it can't ray trace. It cannot understand where a light source, the direction of the light is coming from, where a light source is located, how it would influence like textures, or how to tell a story with light. Can't do it. Of course it can't do it. It's absurd. Like that's still beyond its reach. Those are some of the things that are so specific to certain jobs that it can't do. But I would tell you this, like there was and I think I referenced it, I don't know how long ago, but I remember this time that it was like a gotcha moment for Craig Mullins, that they said, hey, Craig Mullins is painting over other people's paintings. And he was using this, I think they were mentioning this particular thing that he had done for, I forget it, I don't know if it was Noah, for the movie Noah or something, but he had used like a shipwreck painting or a storm I remember, I vaguely remember that it was like this sea, this like storm in this sea painting. And he had used it as a base for his own painting. And they were like, oh, Craig Mullins is a hack. Like people that were incredibly ignorant. They were like, oh, Craig Mullins is a hack. He's painting on top of like other paintings, like, the traditional or well-established paintings. And then Craig Mullins had to come out and say, hey, dudes, like, no, this is fine. Like, this is the job. The job is to like, it's concept work. It's to conceptually convey how a sequence, should feel like. So these key shots from a sequence should feel like this. They should give you this idea. Who cares how you get there? Who cares? Like, that is the job. The job is so much bigger than just like, oh, I need a crab monster. And you just type crab monster and then it spits out, a million permutations of crab monster. Like, you could show them millions of those and they're going to be like, dude, I never asked for a million. Like, I asked for a crab monster that fits this story, like this particular movie, this story. It has to be a kaiju that looks like this, or it has to be with this style, with this, or like those things. I don't think it can do still, like not at all, not at all. Or maybe, we were talking about this on Thursday. It's like, maybe you do a design and it looks cool as hell, but it has to be a practical design. Like it's going to be animated. So a lot of the things that I saw, were very, and I was joking about it Thursday, they're very From Software like. And the coolest thing about From Software bosses and monsters is that they are weird as fuck. Like they are just, you don't want to meet the people that are making these things up because they are just too weird. But that's what it's cool about it, that you don't expect them to move the way they move or to just like scramble the way they kind of drag themselves around. And that's what makes them so eerie and so great. But the thing that makes them like genius designs, because I think that they are genius designs. I think the visually From Software is just chock full of such intelligent and just amazing designers. Because the design has to be something that's integral. It's not just about how something looks. It's about how it moves. If it's going to be animated, it has to move a certain way. So if this AI is spitting out these images that are super cool, but you go like, yeah, but how does it feel heavy? It doesn't feel heavy. It has to like kind of like lump itself around. It has to feel like this huge boulder that's kind of turning on its side every single time. It has to go like boom, 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 boom. And that you don't feel that, like your design is not saying anything. Like AI can't do that now. And I don't think it will be able to do that for many years now. But that's not the point. Like if you look at the things that it can't do, there's millions of things that it can't do. Of course not. Of course, it's ridiculous to think that it immediately just replaced everyone. That's absurd. That's absolutely absurd. But again, if you don't see the thing, like if you just want to see the deficiencies of it, fine. Yes, it obviously can't do millions of things that human beings are just incredible at doing. But if you want to look at the things that it can do and the potential of the things that it can do in the future, dude, that's amazing. That is amazing. Amazing. It really is nothing short of like this amazing beginning. And remember, things have to start somewhere. And this feels like things are starting. Like this feels like the starting point. It just does. Because everything feels right about it being the starting point. I think that we are crazy if we think that this is going to go away. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. There's no way this goes away. And it's not because it's like, oh, come on, you don't know. No, but if you look at the trends of how face recognition has advanced, I mean, how quickly is that? Before it used to be like, stay still and the thing has to look at your face. Now, a thing can catch you in like the word, it can catch you sneezing, like mid-sneeze. You're a monster when you're mid-sneezing. and it can be like, oh yeah, that's that dude. Yeah, I can recognize that dude. So there's so many things that have to do with AI recognition right now that it's just like it's absurd not to think, oh, this is going to advance for sure. And there's money being put in, like, thrown into it. So people are going to get like programmers are going to be wiser. They're going to ally themselves with teams of artists. Like it's going to become like a bigger and bigger and bigger and more like encompassing job. And I think it's going to be amazing. That's why I was saying eventually all these jobs are going to kind of meet at some point in time. I don't know what, I don't know if I'm probably not even going to be alive for this, but where you could scan something or you could download something from the internet at an enormous resolution and you could 3D print it or you could make changes to it. Like if I want to say, I want the night watch painting, but instead of the girl, the girl holding like the chicken, the golden girl in the middle, I want that to be Fer. And I can feed it photos of Fer when she was little, and it can understand who Fer is, and it can paint Fer like amazingly in a Rembrandt way. And then it's like my night watch with Fer in the middle. Like that day will come. I'm sure of it. Like, why not? Why not will that day come? Like, who can tell me no, that day is not going to come? Like, God help us all, that day is not going to come. Like, hell no. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want to live like among paintings that only belonged to museums? Why would you ever feel weird about that? Like, Jesus Christ. If I could wake up and look at like the kid taking the horse out of the beach, that Sorolla painting, if I could look at that painting forever, how happy is that going to make people? Like how much of their imagination is going to be spurred because we can live, our lives among like the most beautifully like created pieces in history, but they can be replicated for us. I think, I don't know. Again, I just don't see it as something. It doesn't mean something now. It means like what it means in the future, for the future, is so much more, so much bigger. Anyways, but I think we could talk about this for eternity. But what was cool about today is that we kind of lost ourselves in this conversation while we were producing just this, soon to be painting. And I wanted to be a little more expressive with Fer because I thought that last painting I was being, kind of dragged down. I feel like Fer, and Danny knows this. Danny knows this about me, and the way I view, particularly my kids, but they're sort of anchors for me. And they ground me, but they also don't let me move and see, and explore things that I could explore, particularly when painting with them. And, it's beautiful that they ground me as a human being. They kind of teach me what is important in my life. But it's also, as a painter, it's also kind of sad that whenever I want to paint Fer, I want to paint beautifully. Like beautifully. I just want to paint so sensibly, and I just want to be so careful because they're my children. And I, the person that I may be when I'm being like at my worst overprotective with my kids just kind of, flourishes when I'm trying to paint. And that's not a bad thing. If people, just want to paint sweetness like Bouguereau style, that's totally fine. But I'm also like a very expressive painter, and I don't like to see myself being afraid of painting my children. If I don't like that I have to suffer through a painting of my child just to get my drawing right, which was pretty much last week. So today, even though this is not, super. I don't think I'm taking tons of chances here. I'm not doing anything that's remarkably brave with this painting, but at least it gave me like an option to say, you know what, I can have more fun with these shapes and with this pattern. I haven't done a lot of stuff with pattern, but I used to love to paint like little bits of pattern, like striped patterns, just changing with conforming to shapes, to the going around form. I like that stuff. And today I kind of freely went about drawing this, and I feel Fer is there, but I'm not worried like I was worried last week, where I was like just disgusted by my drawing. I was like, and Danny knew this. I was like, I can't. This is not cool. Like, I don't like it. I
Which
don't like the
also,
drawing.
I think the hard part is that it was not a bad drawing.
Right.
It's more the, like what you were saying, like that idea of how you want to see your kids portrayed when you paint them.
Right.
That was not letting you paint.
Exactly.
Which is, I mean, and we've talked about this because I think it's very curious. Because again, I don't have kids, but I can see that in you.
Yeah.
And how, as you were saying, you're protecting them.
Yeah.
And it's like you feel that you can take risks with anyone you paint,
Oh,
including me.
Yeah, and myself.
Exactly.
For example.
But
I mean, I would start with myself.
Exactly. But when you paint them, it's like you can't take out like that precious
I feel like I'm harming them with my with whatever risk I would take.
But I think it's very cool that you understand you are not harming them.
Right,
and you can understand them as, I mean, not because you do, I don't know, if you elongate Fer with your drawing, or if you want to exaggerate the shape of the nose, or whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
It's not like you're not loving them or you're harming them.
Yeah.
Because that has nothing to do with your love for them.
Yeah.
And I think it's very cool that you can give yourself the liberty to take like that weight out of your back.
Yeah.
And to understand this as a painting and not as a measurement of your love or your of how you take care of Fer, or of how precious she is for you.
Yeah,
but as a painting.
Yeah. If I have to trace it back, and I'm sorry if this turned into, we started AI and it's turning into couch therapy, but I think the first times that I tried to draw or paint Samu, I did such a bad job at painting Samu, like such a bad job, that, for the painting that was made up of my grandfather and my mother and my father.
Yeah, I remember.
Samu, I had to do him. I had to trace. Yeah, I put a piece of paper, printed his face, piece of paper, and traced him. I was so horrified, so horrified, that I would not be able to speak. And everyone else is painted. Everyone else in that thing, in that collage of people, is me painting super freely. And my father, I painted super freely, my mother, and they're both the cover of that book that we have, because I love them and I feel that that's my father and that's my mother. And I like that they're painted in the way I paint. But when I got to Samu, I was like, I've made a few efforts to try to paint him, and they've come out horrible. And I was so scared of myself, so scared, that I was like, this is my first kid, and I'm going to put him in this painting, and it's going to look horrible. Like, I didn't trust myself, and I thought it was going to look horrible, and I couldn't deal with it, and I ended up tracing him. And you know what's the weirdest thing about this? In that painting, if I see Samu there, traced, I don't think that's Samu. Like, when I look at that baby, I mean, he was a baby, but I can still look at pictures of Samu as a baby and say, and feel like that's my son. But when I see the bigger, that bigger conglomerate of people that made up that painting, I look at Samu and I was like, and deep down in my heart, I'm like, I don't know, that's not Samu.
But I think that that happens because you are so afraid that you are taking away all the decisions you would take as a painter. And you as a painter, if I use me as an example, when you paint me,
Oh yeah.
You're not only using the reference you have, but all the things you know about me.
Yeah.
And that's why the paintings feel like me.
Yeah.
And if you just rely on likeness and you take away all the like the valuable connections you've had and you've built with your own kids, that's why they don't feel like themselves. Because
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
just like something you are trying to do one to one.
Yeah.
And
So
I think it's very cool that even if it's 14 years after that,
oh yeah, I'm coming clean.
it's like you're just starting to understand that it's not going to harm them.
Right.
It's not going to make them feel less loved, or it's not going to change absolutely anything. It's just going to let you, as a painter, paint the way you want to paint.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think I've gotten better at understanding that feeling. But when it does bubble up, like things like last week's painting, which I really like, happens where I didn't like to see myself just suffering through that painting so much.
Mm-hmm.
Like I tend to enjoy painting a lot. And I don't like it when it just becomes like this heavy thing that I have to bear. I'm not saying like I don't want to challenge myself. Like every single day I challenge myself. It's not a matter of like avoiding challenges. It's just that for example, I was listening to the video, how we ended that video.
Mm-hmm.
The last, when
I
finished the
remember.
painting,
Yeah.
I was so like fed up with the painting and
So
so
that's
annoyed.
why I was saying, no, it's good. And you were like, yeah, I don't know.
No, I heard myself and
Yeah.
I was like, I was so just frustrated with the painting that even like just me, after doing like the tiny little things that I did afterwards, after we finished our live, I looked at the video and I was like, why was I so annoyed? Like,
But
that's not
why?
cool.
Because you're not even, because you're like fixating in something that you think speaks about love to your kids. And you just like, I think you get bubbled into that and you start like not even seeing the painting decisions you're taking.
Yeah.
And that's why I was telling you, like, try to step back and actually see it as a painting. Like, understand your painting decisions. Because I think that since the beginning in the drawing, you were like, no, it's not okay. And I was trying to tell you, like, think about it as a drawing. Like, see your drawing decisions, because I think the drawing decisions you're taking are good.
Yeah.
But you were judging them from a very different angle. And it's an angle that it could be an amazing painting, but if you're bubbled inside that, you're just never gonna like it.
Yeah, I think that's no, and don't get me wrong. Like, I really like how the painting finished. Like,
No, I know you liked it a lot at
yeah,
the end.
yeah. But it did pose a lot of questions about just me feeling so, I don't
Like
know.
hyper conscious.
Well, I just don't like to think that the way that I can speak about my kids, both Samu and Fer, being beautiful, and it's the same thing with you, honestly, or with my mother. But I just don't like to see myself thinking like, oh, I have to do this very pretty painting, and pretty painting equals like love, or pretty painting equals how much I think she's beautiful.
And I think that pretty painting means nothing.
Nothing. No.
Because you can have a very cool painting. I mean, you have, and we've talked about this, and I think it's your favorite painting or one of your favorite paintings of me.
Yeah.
And it's the one that I was in mid-sneeze.
Yeah, I still love it.
So I have like my eye is open, one eye is open, the other one's mid-close. And I love that painting so much.
The best. Yeah.
And I never felt like, oh, you love me less, or I never start asking, is that the way he sees me? Like, am I ugly in his eyes? No, because I never saw that painting as ugly.
Right.
I just felt it was cool. So that's why I always try to tell you to, because I could never tell you how to or how not to paint your kids. They're your kids. But I think it's cool to, like, if you let yourself just paint, just be a painter when you're sitting down. Just not be conscious, or not like not let your brain translate your painting decisions as love or as not love.
Right.
But just like have your painter brain on when
Yes.
you take the decisions. So
Yeah, you're 100% right. 1,000% right. And I even think, just to close, but because I don't know if people are like super interested in this, but I even think that first time you said something like that to me, I was probably like super defensive.
Oh, you were. I remember.
Yeah, because, like anything that has to do with kids, it's like it triggers me like crazy. But I'm happy that you said it to me in super cool terms, because it is true. It is true.
And it's
It
not
does
like I was doing it
feel.
as a critic. I'm sorry I interrupted you because
No,
I
no,
think
no.
that's also important. That
No,
it
but I
was like,
never, no, I would never think anything that comes out of what you say is said without nothing but the best intentions in mind. So, yeah. So I saw myself with that painting. I still look at the painting and I'm like, oh, that's nice, because I see like this very tender kind of, like, I see myself as a parent painting Fer, and I like that. I like that because I think that that's what I wanted to do at that time with Samu, and I just didn't have like the courage to think that I was capable of doing that, and it took me
mm-hmm,
years to realize that I could paint my kids, which is
mm-hmm,
absurd. But it took me all those like sketchbooks and just, drawing them and painting them like incessantly to believe that, yes, of course I can paint them. This is ridiculous. But I feel it was just such a wasted opportunity, or such a shame that I just couldn't go through that time, that that I like that, like they're growing and I'm also growing in the way that I feel that I can talk about them,
mm-hmm,
through my painting.
mm-hmm.
So it's not just, me, like the parent that's getting older, and no, I'm also finding like other ways that I can connect with them while I paint. So hopefully in the future, like it becomes more and more, um just, I don't know, more complex, I feel,
Mm-hmm.
the picture making, and that
Yeah.
whenever I feel I want to take a risk, I just take it.
Yeah, because also I think that's also I think that's also, but
That's perfect.
I think that's also a way of showing how you love them and how you understand them as nobody can. Because I think if you want to talk about, I don't know, you like the picture you took of Fer,
The ref I took a
the
Fer.
ref you took of Fer, and you really want to talk about that gesture because you think that's very what's
Oh
going
my
on,
God, this is.
that's very fair. I
Hmm?
mean, and if you're like, I want to tap into that because I'm the only person that can talk about that being very or very fair,
Or fairy.
very fair.
Yeah.
So, I think that's also a way of showing your love,
Yeah. No, you're
showing that
right.
it's not only the way they look, but how they move, how they interact, how you have established a connection with them, everything. So,
Yes, you're 100% right.
so,
Yeah. So we should say goodbye.
yes. So thank you. Oh, your mom was saying extraordinario dibujo. Aplauso, aplauso, aplauso.
Gracias, mi Olguira. Olguira
Uh,
Banana.
let's see. Jeff Acuff was saying, hola Nico y Dani desde Lima. Disfruté Bogotá muchísimo, aunque estábamos muy ocupados durante la semana. Fui a la Candelaria el sábado y pinté el chorro de Quevedo.
Ah, qué
Regresaré en septiembre.
bueno.
Ay, qué bueno que Jeff disfrutó de Bogotá.
Mándanos la foto, Jeff, del chorro.
Sí, sí,
Si
sí.
de pronto existe por ahí.
So, thank you everyone for joining us.
Yeah.
It was a very cool conversation.
Yeah, I
It was
think
really
so.
great to have you guys here.
Yeah.
And we'll see you guys tomorrow
Yeah.
for the underpainting portion of this painting.
Yeah.
We invite you if you want to.
Yeah.
If you don't want to miss the live streams we do,
Yes.
you could subscribe to our channel. That would
Yes.
be very cool. And if you want, you can ring the bell because that's the way of knowing when we're going to be live. Because today's video was scheduled, but usually they're not.
No.
So the easiest way is to ring the bell. And that's it. And if you want to, you can visit our webpage, or paintedlives.com, and our Instagrams. So Nicolas Uribe, Nicolas Uribeb, and danielaocmp. And I don't know.
Tough.
That's it. And thank you everyone for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Daniela.